having me. It's wonderful to see you again.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Now, we don't have much time, so let's get right into it.
Let's do it.
A Promised Land. Why is that the title for your book?
Yeah, when I think about America, I think about both where we've been, where we might be going. I'm reminded of Dr. King's speech, famous speech he gave shortly before he got shot about I might not get it. Top now. See the promised land. I think that idea that we're not where we need to be, but we still act on the faith and the belief that we can get there. That's how I think about America. That's how I think about my own political journey. It's not one where it's ever going to be finished. It's not one where racism is gone, equality is gone, but we can continually try to do better. That was the spirit that I wanted.
You say in the preface that America. Wow. I've had a shower.
It's 11 o'clock.
Damn. I'm trying to get this on here. What the fuck is going? It decided to not work when I'm trying. The signal. I tried really hard to do it with my computer. It's a nice. It worked perfectly, and then it stopped. The minute I wanted it to do what I wanted to do, it stopped. I'm trying to do something. I've had to. Okay, guys. Oh, man, this is annoying. This has been crazy. Ever since we hit 1,500 people, it's harder and harder to do this. Y'all might think it's there's nothing fair about this. Hello, everyone. Who you gonna call? It's Coon Busters. Please, please, please pardon me. This has become crazier and crazier. Every time over the last week, for some reason, the stream will not work. It's taken me about an hour and a half to get this thing going, and then it shuts off. I was going to try to play this Breakfast Club thing, and apparently my stream won't work on one of my computers. Bear with my struggling to do this. I'm not a tech person. As I keep telling y'all, the content is the part that nobody has. I don't know the technical. I'm learning it. I'm going to go ahead and do what I have to do. I wanted to use a larger screen for the convenience of the viewers. The phone is easiest, although I have challenges. bastards call the minute they see you on instead of ignoring it. I do have a green screen. I've had it for months. I will have a black screen and soon a white one. I will have new cameras and other things as people come forward and help me to take this to another level. I am so sorry that this is going on because I had it set up and all of a sudden it stopped working the minute I put it up for you to see it. I apologize. That was not my intention. And I know other people, they do this independent Black media, whether it's Blog Talk, wherever you're trying to actually tell Black people stuff, that's when your stuff doesn't work. If I were doing porn, private parts, gayness, there'd be no problem. I'm going to show this thing anyway. For all of you who like Brother Bagh X, we're going to bring it tonight. First and foremost, I hope that you unconscious people enjoyed Thanksgiving, because this is nothing to be proud of. My ancestors, this is a genocide day. This is like Hitler's birthday if you were Jewish. And we should be very cognizant of what today means for people. In fact, I've been working on my term, and I'm trying to come up with a term to describe us. I started on, I think I needed to add one new MFM to everybody. MFM to everybody. We need our MFM. And I am just glad that you are all here and alive another day. I apologize. I planned to be on a whole hour and a half ago, and just the signal, the stream, nothing would work. I still can't get my computer to reboot on this Obama thing. I'm gonna have to reset my computer and restart it to try to figure out what the hell is going on with this stream. This is so easy. By the way, I'm working on my term, and let me go through this to everybody. Let me go all the way up to everybody, and let me greet everyone. You know, sometimes I don't get to do this because I just go in for it. But I want to first of all say Esiosa. I can't pronounce the last name. But hello, David. Hello, some chick named Star. Hello, Amon Keith, Sister Sheila, Sister Marcia Foggy, Cardavian, Sivad, Solid Cam, Eduardo, Quentin Ford, Devin Haley, Solid Cam, and everybody else that is what I call DAFTA. DAFTA is the group, I like it, DAFTA, which would be descendants of Aboriginal and forcibly trafficked African Americans. I like that better than ADOS because I don't like the term slave in my name. FBA kind of is okay, but it ignores the fact that one, my folks that were Black, but were Indian or whatever, Aboriginal, whatever, we were here. Black is associated with people being transported over here. And what about the ones who are already here? I hope everybody's good. Hello, Mark. Hello, BB Woman. I'm going to try my best to get this Obama thing up. Other folks are doing it. I'm not copying them. I'm being me. It took me a whole lot to be able to watch this Obama bullshit on the Breakfast Club. I'm trying to think, what the hell is this? I don't know what the hell. How does somebody get this shit across my screen? I need to hide that. If somebody puts something up here, I don't even know how to do that. So don't block my screen. I don't put yours up. I don't ever go on anybody else's screen. I'm not mad at anyone, but y'all got my email. Anybody that wants to communicate with me, my email I give out. And I try to respond to everyone that writes me, provided it's not dumb stuff. There are a lot of Black folks that are mental. If you're psychologically challenged, I'm not going to deal with you because I'm not trying to do counseling. There are all kinds of people in counseling. There's all kinds of mental health stuff out here for Black folks. A lot of people don't want it. A lot of people won't use it. And by the way, a high number of Black folks that get shot to death by police are mentally ill, and people are trying to work with them. And really, if you're a Black man, you like to smoke weed, you got a mental illness, and you're out of control, and your mama and people that love you can't work with you. What do? If you run around naked, got a knife, you put people in a situation where my mother's 80. If my mother, I'm sorry, my mother's 78. My mother's almost 80. If I were wild and out of control and she's at risk of her life and I get high and I do what I want and so forth, and I don't have any other siblings or anyone around to at least grab me, she calls 911. What do you think the police are going to do? They're going to shoot the person. And so I'm sorry, Black men, a lot of y'all are dumb as shit. You're dumb as fuck. It's true that the police are race soldiers or white supremacists. All this stuff is true. But if you've got a mental health problem and you need to smoke weed all day and nobody that loves or cares for you can tell you anything, you're out of control. If the police were able to subdue you and put you in prison, you're going to get raped and beaten there. I mean, at some point, people, choices that you make, white supremacy and all that stuff aside, you can make stupid, dumb fuck, Black self-loathing decisions that get your life cut short, get you beat, get you jailed. And it's your choice. And racism, all this stuff is there. There's plenty of racism. DC's racist, Virginia's racist, Maryland's racist. I've never snorted dope. I'm never going to. I don't want to be high. I don't want to be drunk. I don't want to do certain things. Even if I was tempted. I live in a neighborhood that's now gentrifying. This was New Jack City. People selling dope everywhere. I mean, shooting, all this kind of stuff, just constant. In fact, someone just got shot. Last night, about 5 people got shot. 6 blocks from where I am. It's still rough out here. I don't want to be a part of it as best I can. Some people don't always have a choice. I've seen mothers give weed to their children. I've seen families involved in the drug and gang culture. You get your children hurt. Yes, we can talk about the goddamn police, but what about your goddamn blabby-faced mammy, your no good sperm dropping daddy, and all these other people who are fucked up in your environment who contributed to the environment where the police get called? And at some point, it says it takes a village to raise a child. Well, when the child is fucked up, or all the children of a generation are fucked up, then the village is fucked up. And the people in the village and the elders are fucked up. I'm going to just give you guys a quick story. There's someone that's a hustler that's trying to exploit my network and all this other. I've had to cut off a bunch of people this year or avoid them because they keep trying to take advantage. You do things to assist people or help people as best you can. And they try to get over and exploit and use you. And they can, first and foremost, I had a dumb nigger write me on Facebook today. And yes, I called you a dumb nigger if you know who you are. And they said Sodomy and Gomorrah, first of all, they couldn't even spell the places right. We're not in Africa, they're in the Jordan Valley. He didn't even spell it right. First and foremost, I'm going to say this to anybody. And I learned this from Dick Gregory, and I'm going to keep doing it. If you're dumb as shit, I'm not going to debate you. I'm going to cuss you out because that's what you understand. You meet people who don't have a GED. And I'm not saying everybody with the GED isn't smart, but a lot of folks who don't have GEDs are definitely dumb as hell. There are a lot of people that didn't finish high school that are dumb as hell. Fact, The same way they're dumbass people that finish college. It takes all kinds. But please don't call me and try to debate me when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I will not respect you. I can't go and talk to anyone that I know, whether it's a doctor, a lawyer, any kind of professional, anyone that studied, not knowing what the hell I'm talking about because I've got a pie hole. You have an asshole too. Does that make you smart? Okay. And I guess, and if you have diarrhea, you're a genius. You should know something. And so I'm going to just say to you, forgive me, I didn't even mean to go here. But one of the ways that white people rule us is that they've made being dumb as shit, being a dumb fuck black person normal. It's cool to be stupid as shit. It's cool not to read. It's cool to ignore newspapers, anything that could enlighten your mind. It's cool to blow it off. Look at how they've pushed the rap culture, the hip hop culture. Once they fagged it up, dumbed it up, made it ignorant and crude and nasty, they've kept this thing going. There's no other black cultural trend that's been allowed to run for 40 years consecutively. Jazz came into the fore in the 1920s, and by the 1950s, they more or less phased jazz out for black people. R&B, the real R&B, came in about the 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s. Then they kind of phased it out. Funk, disco, rap. Now, rap has been here 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, the teens, right? And now it's going to go into 50 years. There's no other music trend that they've allowed because it makes us dumb as hell. I grew up where people could halfway sing or dance. I don't think one of these people selling platinum albums in hip hop can sing half as well as most of the people I went to church with. I mean, it's all performance. None of it is real artistry, practically none of it. I was telling people I went to a concert for the Delphonics, the Miracles, and some other oldies. And if I told you some of the niggas couldn't sing their own music, it was shocking. You know, the Delphonics have a song, "Didn't I blow your mind this time? Didn't I? Ah," right? "Didn't I blow your mind this time?" Okay. And I'm just extemporaneously copying the song. And I'm on key. Okay. If I had to do it, I could sing on key. We when you did music, you had to at least be able to stand up. If someone just told me do a song, it had to be on key and properly done. Or else people would tell you to sit your ass down. Nowadays, just get up, y'all. Just they can't dress, they can't dance, they can't articulate. Well, we celebrate people not even mastering the motherfucking English language. Mumble rap, all that stuff should be burnt up. I did an interview and I said if I was dictator of Black America, I'd put almost all the rappers in jail. I'd burn up all the masters. I'd jail all these niggas, drug test them. I'd get stool samples, make certain that they don't have something that's backed up in that ass. I mean, I would shut it down because I'm sick. I cannot just, and I'm just saying, I know folk who are so much better than I in terms of music. I cannot just do my voice. I can imitate people in key. Someone I'm mocking, I can do it like them and on key. And these people they're paying them millions of dollars, not because they can sing or dance or do anything, but because they make us stupid. Because they make us stupid. Back to this nigga. So he tells me Sodomy and Gomorrah, both spelt wrong. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. He didn't even, and the nigga said he researched it. How do you research it with the wrong damn name? You dumbass nigga. You can't find it in Google or whatever, even if you're lazy, if you can't spell it right. And I told that nigga that He was so pleased. Sodom and Gomorrah is in the Jordan Valley. And I said to him, look, dude, the Jordan Valley is the lay people's term for that geographic region. You need to look up the geographical scientific name for the Jordan Valley. And that nigga said, and I just blocked him. So if you come at me and you're stupid, you know what? I'd rather you keep your donations and your comments. Go where the other dumb black people are. This channel is not for stupid, intellectually lazy black people. I don't want you. There are homeless shelters, there are crack houses, there are bathhouses, there are dungeons, there are discos, there's all kinds of there are churches that you can go and take your dumb black ass and spend and waste your time and kill brain cells. Or they're cults, so you can get into the Ankh shit. Please leave me alone. I'm looking for up to 5,000, 10,000 thinking black people who don't mind street vernacular, who I can bring other intelligent people, like I see Eric Shanks on here, different people, and we can not only make jokes. I love making jokes, and I want to do a Brother Bagh X, but they messed with my stream. I was so angry. So if I can get it together, I'll try. I mean, I got my mask and everything. I was ready, and just this thing really made it almost impossible for me to get here to talk to you. And I'm thinking, if I'm only talking to maybe 1,500 people, 1,600 people, how are other people allowed to talk to millions unless they're keeping them stupid? If they're afraid of me talking to 1,500, and I know a lot of other people that are doing really good stuff in social media, they have problems. Blog talk, all this stuff, it breaks, it won't work over and over. And yet someone's up there like these stupid people up in New York, and they have hundreds of thousands of followers. I'm not trying to get tens of thousands of followers. I'll be happy with 2, 3, 4, 5,000. About the same number I have on Facebook. And I'll be happy. Oh, let me get back to this dumbass nigga. Apparently, this Ankh nigga got mad that I said Sodom and Gomorrah was in was in Africa. It is. The Garden of Eden is in Africa. The Garden of Eden includes the rivers of the Fertile Crescent in Iraq, which is to the east of the Jordan River. This dumb fuck nigga doesn't know. All right, the Tigris and Euphrates, the Nile, and other rivers are in the Garden of Eden, says the Bible, the word of God for me. And as for all the other dumb niggas that think the Bible is a book about white people and you haven't read 10 pages into it, that's like a nigga thinking foreplay is going to get somebody pregnant. Genesis 10 tells you all the great initial empires of humankind were started by black people. The founders of the Persian Empire are the Elamites, a black people. I have friends in Iran who look or have family that look like me. All Iranians aren't white. Those are the newcomers. The original ones look like us. The Bahrainis and Bahrain look like us. They do not look like people from Russia. I'm just saying. And for all the people that got mad when I said Sodom and Gomorrah was initially, it was in Africa. Well, to the dumbass nigger that's trying to dispute me, to whom I'm not talking to, if I ever never talk, I don't like dumb people. I'm racist against stupid ass black people. Stupid ass black people are basically the Ku Klux Klan in our midst that we can't see. Sodom and Gomorrah is in what's archaeologically and geographically called the Syro-African Valley. Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Jericho are all part of what's called the African Rift valley that runs all the way from Israel all the way down to South Africa. It's one valley system. Israel is in Africa. Hebrews are Africans. That means the Canaanites that were into sodomy and confusion were sick niggers, like we got sick niggers now. And for all of you coons that can't deal with reality, I am a Christian. I am a Jesus nigger. And Romans 3:10 says, there's none righteous, no, not one. We need the Most High to get our shit together. So we've got black gays and queens and everything else, and killers and dope dealers and rapists and molesters, and they have them in Africa with no white people present. In fact, I'm so pissed. I had to go off on some nigger try to tell me homosexuality comes from Europe. And I said to him, nigga, I thought all human beings were originally African. That's what you just said in the last sentence. Then where the fuck do you think Europeans came from? You mean the minute they got on the Sinai Peninsula, they started wanting to get penetrated in the ass? Or the women wanted to munch carpet the minute they got on the other side of the Mediterranean? Niggas, please. Bitches, please. The mother of lesbianism is a woman named Sappho. She was a black dyke. The mother of lesbianism is a black woman. And I can see that shit in Stacy Abrams, Kamala Harris, ugly ass Shirley Chisholm. God damn. I mean, I can't even believe I don't want a black president if they're that ugly. Damn. We got problems. If we say the first man is black, right? Then the first murderer is Cain. Who's black? Who murdered his brother because Cain was wicked. You want to be the first people? First people are the first fornicators, the first idolaters, the first murderers, the first liars, the first thieves. And the crackers are playing catch up. We're the first people to turn our back on God. We're the first people to say, crucify Jesus. If you don't like my channel, go the hell away. There's someone else that needs to hear this truth. Give me my wood back. I can put someone else on the cross. Let me pull this thing up because I had this nigga try to tell me, oh, faggotry starts in Europe and they forced it in. Come on. So that means every black child we see in America had to have sex with a white person? What about the people that I know in my extended family where fathers or uncles or cousins raped other cousins, nieces, and nephews? It wasn't white people that made them do that. If white people have so much power over us to make us want to get screwed in the butt and swallow semen and do all this kind of stuff, we should just give up and just let them have their way like the Holy Ghost. Or if they're not all powerful, then we need to be responsible for the shit that we do, for the choices that we make. We choose to spend our money with Arabs and Asians and people who hate our guts. As a teacher, it was amazing to me. The black children who would respect the white teachers that were racist and would disrespect the black teachers that were compassionate. Who cared? The black teachers were treated like scum. And they learned this at home, and I'm going to say who. They came from single parent households, and yes, black women, some of y'all are the worst fucking mothers that ever had children. It's amazing. I had a few white students. Every single solitary white student that I had tried to do their work. Most of my students are black. I have to say to you, at least 2/3 of them were very disinterested in working. If they had a father, I could always get them to at least try. If it was like a matriarchy, it was like pulling teeth to get, no matter how. I'm talking about the assignments that my students had were reading 10 pages a week. And you would think you were cruel to them. If I told you I had to read 2,000 pages a week in graduate school, if I can't get people to read 10 a week and they want to go to graduate school, not that everybody needs to go to college, but I literally, let me tell you something to help the students. Is to say, look, I understand laziness. I understand being young, black, and lazy. What I did was Xeroxed an almanac. I said, if you read 16 pages, you'll pass my class. In fact, you only need to read 2 pages a week to pass. Do you know that they wouldn't read 2 pages a week? 2 pages. I never had this problem with one non-black student. They wouldn't read 2 pages. They wouldn't come in for help. They simply wanted you to give it to them. And even if you gave it to them, they looked down on you for giving it to them. If you didn't give it to them, they would complain about how mean you were. They would work for white and Asians and others, but they wouldn't do it for a black American. This started at home, and the fathers weren't there. Sisters, there's a lot. You have spent so much time trying to be black men. You have completely failed at being black women. Not all, but many. Many of y'all have completely fucked up. And it's just time. We have to have this conversation. It's very painful. And that's why I'm deliberately having this conversation. We have a lot of no good mothers. I don't know if it's crack, pork chop feminism, niggas begging for pussy all the time, telling you how perfect you are when they don't even want to be with you. That should let you know something. And I'll tell you something. A nigga begging for pussy is like a beach ball trying to find sand. If it's not about the character, the soul, the essence, the presence, the regality of a woman, if he ain't into your totality, basically you're just, he's just a dipstick and you're just the oil check. Real talk. Now, I need to just dispel, because I don't want another nigga to call and say shit to me about Africa and LGBTQ. And it's like I had to tell this nigga who said, oh, all this gayness comes from Europe. And I'm saying to him, dude, and by the way, because a lot of African stuff has been destroyed, right? A lot of African stuff's been destroyed. It's hard to define it. If you think that none of the Egyptians were gay or deviant, you're liars. And let me just say, I'm going to put this name up here because there are a lot of niggas. I'm into African spirituality. All those folks that talk about African spirituality stuff, a significant number of them are freaks, deviants, liars, hypocrites, phonies. They're worse than church people. And that was shocking. I didn't think you could get any lower than fake ass church people, but you can. You absolutely can. There is a God in the Yoruba, because all these people say African spirituality. I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. Spiritual means I do whatever the fuck I want. Religious means I'm a hypocrite. I'll tell you what's wrong, but I still do it. I kind of prefer that to spiritual. There's a name, Obatala. I want to put that up there for you. Obatala is a non-binary God. In other words, you have a bisexual, omnisexual God and the Yoruba spiritual pantheon, a God that swings both ways that they pray to. That's before the fucking white people showed up in Africa. Meaning that they had folks that were gay, bisexual, they have little religious things. You have people who priest to it. And I feel like reaching out to, and I might just get him. I'm going to call my friend up. I'm going to call him up and see if he can do a show for me, my Brazilian brother, because we were supposed to do it. And I was so tired. I overslept last night. And I was supposed to have my friend come on and explain to people, because we had this African spirituality shit. And all these little fake ass onk niggas act like they don't have people sucking dick and munching carpet and raping and molesting kids. You haven't been to Africa if you don't think people don't do that there. Talk to some real Africans that don't lie. Talk to some real Africans that can tell you the fallacy of African families being perfect. Go to the Caribbean, they got confusion there too. They don't flaunt it. In fact, when people want to flaunt their perversion,
5, 6.
they come to America. So a lot of our big, radical, loudmouth gay people are non-descendants of Aboriginal and forcibly trafficked African Americans. I like that. Say DAFTA and MFM for the DAFTA. I like that. Look at that. We're going to do this again, y'all. DAFTA stands for descendants. Come on. Look at how this shit stall. Okay, we're going to do the descendants of Aboriginals forcibly trafficked. That's my term. I like it. Descendants of Aboriginals and forcibly trafficked African Americans. That describes me. I don't like, my issue with FBA is the people that were here didn't call themselves Black. They called themselves by the nation that they were in. I'm more than a color. There's something, there's a history, there's a language. I'm not knocking Black. I used to get beat in school for demanding to be called Black and not Negro. But I see weaknesses in our definition. But I like this. DAFTA. Descendants of Aboriginals and forcibly trafficked African Americans. That's more accurate. It deals with my history there and here. Up to now, you've had to choose between which identity, and there's certain Pan-Africanist assholes who act as if you have to denounce everything in America to be legit, as if all the Africans are reaching out their arms to hug and kiss us and shit. If that were the case, we wouldn't have been sold here. So all the Pan-Africanists I'm a reciprocal Pan-Africanist. Let me make this clear. If you for me, I'm for you. You trade with me, I trade with you. You love me, I love you. If you don't give a fuck about me, I don't give a damn about you. You're just another kind of Klansman. You might drink mango juice or coconut juice, whatever. They sip a mint julep. They still aren't my friends. Now, since I couldn't catch my Brazilian friend, I think, yes, I do. I want to show a little film because I need to show people that all this little African spirituality shit that y'all keep pushing, like this shit is something brand new. A lot of this shit you've been told is a goddamn lie. And you got Africans, let me tell you something. You want to get some queer sex? Nelson Mandela, your hero, Mandela, is the first person in history to constitutionally make being gay cool. That's what Mandela did. That's in Africa, not in Brooklyn, not in Watts, not in Liberty City, not in not on the south side of Chicago, not in Huff in Cleveland, not on Hastings Street in Detroit, but in Africa. You have a constitutional right to get fucked in the ass in South Africa if you're a dude. Mandela did that. And y'all all think he's one of the greatest men that ever lived. That happened in Africa. That didn't happen here. Why do you think Obama went over to South Africa to pay such homage to Mandela? When have you seen him honor anybody Black that wasn't twisted? His filthy ass. And I'm going to just say to you, if you saw The Breakfast Club and Obama had that bobblehead look, he looks like he has that ass cancer. He's so skinny. He's gotten real thin. Maybe he's always been that thin. But how many of y'all saw how bony he looked? I'm going to put that video up here, but I'm going to show something because, I'm just so pissed at ignorant Black people. They just make you want to I wouldn't do this if niggas would think I would stop putting this shit up here. I would be happy to not do this. Let me see, get this Uganda. I'm gonna go right to in the heart of Africa. People getting fucked in the ass. Ugandan gay. Yeah, Uganda. I'm a sock it to you. Okay, I'm gonna sock it to you. Let me see. Where is it? Okay, Uganda. Okay, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Don't get mad at me. And I will have a uh-oh.
Afternoon, after a disastrous hunting expedition.
Where are these pages? Where are these pages? Look, some go. Where have you been?
With the Sabugo, Your Majesty.
What were you doing with Sabugo?
My king, I was teaching him our faith in Jesus.
What? Teaching the son of my prime minister religion when I have forbidden it? Just take him and finish him off.
We are in danger. We are likely to be killed. Some of you may not be able to withstand the suffering. Mukasa and Musoki, you are not yet baptized. Go before it's too late.
No, you have decided.
We choose Jesus.
It seems you've made up your mind to stand firm in your faith with Jesus. I firmly believe, beyond suffering and death, that there will be a reward in heaven. Kizito, I'll take your hand. If we are to die for Jesus, we shall die hand in hand.
Let all those who practice the Christian religion go there. If any of you hides, he will be beheaded immediately. No, Mwaf. Don't pretend you're one of them.
Of course I am, Father. I owe everything to Luanga. Should I remain behind when he is going to give his life for Jesus?
That's my sister's son. That's my son. See that don't come this way.
I am a Christian, and my Father, whom I must obey, is in heaven. Leave me alone.
Tie them up and take them to Namgongo.
We are going to heaven. A fountain with many springs will never dry up. After us, other Christians will come. So this is the so-called Christian that I hear. Take him away and deal with him accordingly. I don't want to see him again. Mwami Mulumba. Mulumba, have you become a Christian at your age? Yes, sir. I have. Then who will cook your food for you now that you have chased your wives away? Am I being tried because I'm thin? Or is it because of my faith that you have sent for me? So you are the people who are content with marrying only one woman. And you are persuading all the others to do so. Take this man away and kill him like the rest. Cut off his feet and his hands. Tear off strips of flesh from his back and roast it before his eyes. And let his God come and deliver him. I'm not going to walk all the way to Namugongo after death. Kill me now. Here. But yeah, it's good. No. It took him 3 days to die. I'm going to burn you slowly, starting with your feet. Let us see if your God will deliver you from this fire.
May be burning me, but it's as if you're pouring cold water over my body. My God. Forgive them, for they don't know what they're doing.
We are not killing anything, but it's the gods whom we despise and call demons who are killing. If the demons are killing us, then you are their slaves. You can burn our bodies, but you cannot burn our souls, for they belong to God. We have put to death many people, but never before such a thing. Not a sign, not even an angry word. They prayed till they died. Where do they get this kind of courage from?
As far as we know, 25 Christians were burnt to death on that day, Ascension Day, June 3rd, 1886. 12 were
Ascension Day in Uganda, where the king, the Kabaka, got so mad because he was into boys and sex with boys. And because the Christian missionaries were saying it's wrong to get screwed in the behind by a man, and he enjoyed it. Anybody that became a Christian was basically saying that they wouldn't get screwed by the king. So he began killing everybody that was a Christian because he's going to screw everybody in the butt he could. No white people were there. No Europeans were there. This is an African king and an African kingdom, not ruled by Arabs. And by the way, if you want to go all the way back, the source of the Nile is in Uganda, and the people that established Egypt followed the Nile from Uganda to what you call Egypt. If this stuff was going on in the 1880s, it was going on before. There's nothing new under the sun, says the wise king who was black and comely, Solomon. Nothing new. So all the little Ankh, fake spirituality Negroes who are apostates, I've never seen anything good that these people have done or accomplished among black people in my 55 years. Stop lying about Africa not having problems. Stop lying, Malefia Santi, that Africans don't practice slavery and don't sell anybody. They're selling them in Libya. They're selling them in Europe. In fact, they sell them in Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia and Baltimore. The biggest slavers of them all are Nigerians. Tired of this lying bullshit. So if you want to worship Africans, be my guest, but you're in a stupid, false-ass, dead religion that has no value. Ray Hagins is an idiot. He's a liar, and he's a fraud. He's a fraud. He'll tell you Jesus is Horus. The stories don't match up. But you know what? Ray Hagins, they all support that LGBTQ. Wherever you'll find this stuff, there's always a backdoor way to promote Sodom and Gomorrah, hiding behind blackness or the African identity. Because these folks will tell you there's no real, there's duality. Duality means non-binary. And so it's a backdoor way to promote LGBTQ while looking black. You show me, because the biggest, blackest African spiritual group in the country that goes to African gods and goddesses is Black Lives Matter. And they're promoting gayness, sodomy, lesbianism, transgenderism. And they call on African gods and deities and ancestors to help them. You don't really have many choices. I should get more of this video because this actually did happen. And Uganda's not the only place. I just put this up so you could see it. And you can get as mad as you want. You can get as mad as you want. I really don't give a damn. I don't care about ignorant people. In fact, I get this.
Hey guys, I've missed performing for you all this year, so I've partnered with.
I get this punk ass African king that wanted to screw everybody, and they have a memorial to these people that they burnt up. The reason that they set them on fire so that they wouldn't screw the king. Men, Hagins and all them never talk about this because it shows that they're liars. Where's Hagins' stance on the Equality Act? Where's Hagins' stance on marriage being between a man and a woman? Where's Hagins' stance on fighting against eugenics and the destruction of black babies via abortion? Things that are destroying us. Where's Ray Hagins' ass with COVID? Non-consensual human experimentation. These people don't have a program. They do. Their program is to get rid of biblical belief and Christianity in the black community and replace it with the mumbo jumbo garbage that they put out. Frauds. You know, I'm responding to Wildest 99. I can't speak for anybody else what they do or don't do. It's not really polite. In fact, it's kind of, no disrespect, it's rude, it's intrusive. And if you say something, it's misunderstood. So, Irritated Genie has an email. I think I'll give it to you, and you can write and ask Irritated. No, actually, no, look him up. He's got a website, Warner Horizon. Ask them. You got a question, ask me, ask me about what I'm doing or people I'm working with directly. That's the best answer I can give you. I speak for myself. I can't speak for anybody else. And same thing. It's just, forgive me, that's like black chicken shit stuff. If there's somebody, they got something to say, let them say it. Okay? It's very simple. I'm just gonna put that there. I should get one more thing for y'all. I got the Breakfast Club because I wanna play this thing in its entirety, and it's gonna make me sick having to listen to Obama. It really is. I can't stand hearing his voice. Just he lies so much. I can't stand lying. I don't care. I grew up with people that said, "You nigga, I want to kill you." I'd say, "Okay." If a person says, "I really like you," come by my house. That's what bothered me. I know that person hates my guts. The truth, if it's painful, just go ahead and bring it to me. I can hear it. I don't like lies. Obama is a pathological liar. He's been a pathological liar since I first saw him in 1988. He's one now. He was that one then. I don't believe anything Obama says. Nothing that he says means anything to me. Anybody listen to Obama? Ray Hagan's called Michael Brown a thug. Okay, that may well be true, but Ray Hagan's is an apostate. Ray Hagan is a false prophet. Ray Hagan is a liar. Ray Hagan deliberately misinterprets Egyptian stuff as a means to discourage people who are Bible believers. If Ray Hagan wants to promote these Egyptian and other backward-ass religions from the past, then just be a priest of that shit and get your black ass out of churches. I don't have an issue with people that are Hindus or Buddhists. Do what you want to do. But because this man is a Luciferian, a Satan worshiper, his mission is to steer people away from the Most High. And there are a whole bunch of it in our community. And I'll tell you, if Ray Hagan's so effective, what is he doing about the killer cops in St. Louis? If Ray Hagan is so effective, what is he doing to make things better for Black people in that community there? Hearing nothing, he's promoting himself. That's sad. Now, I want to see if I can find one more thing. I want to see if I can find it because I know it's here. I apologize. I wanted to do this Breakfast Club, and I'm going to do it, but with the smaller screen. I want to thank my supporters out of Minnesota and a supporter here. I will have new lights. I will have a new microphone. By the way, God bless Oakland, California. Eric Shanks, my best friend from Howard, is on here. I love Oakland. I love Oaktown. I love 14th Street. I love MacArthur. I love Oakland. It's my favorite city in California, though it's overly gentrified now. I want to thank a gentleman who is looking to get me a tablet and possibly a new audiovisual material so I can make better pictures, do this even better. I want to thank a local supporter from Trinidad and Tobago. Thank him for the reciprocal Pan-Africanism, that I'll have a microphone, lighting. I will also have a black screen and other things that are on their way as I improve my channel. I want to again thank everybody that follows, and I want you to understand there are more guests on the way. There's a holiday, and also I want to let you know the good news, at least for a couple of days, about 6 days, I'll be out of Facebook jail. I'll be out of Facebook jail. I'll use Facebook for until they kick me off again to reach out to the large number of followers that I have and see what we can do. When I talk to y'all, I'm speaking from my heart about the need for there to be a Kool-Aid party. The same way I'm mediocre at doing this media thing, like I don't know how to do all the tech stuff, and forgive me when the stuff is raggedy. I've actually asked people, help me, show me how to do this. I don't have an ego issue as a Black man. Help me when I don't know. Show me. So if anybody knows how to consult on media, like there've been some people that says, hey, look, you need to monetize your platform. Well, it's harder than what it seems. The same way I had to fight with YouTube was blocking me from streaming in my phone. I don't know why. I had to fight to get, even once I had 1,500 people, YouTube was holding me up from streaming. With 500 more people than what's necessary to be able to stream, I've had over 40,000 views in 30 days, 10 times what they require. And I didn't get it right away. I'm going to go back in and try to monetize it. The more I have, the more I'm going to spend. By the way, I have more books on the way. I have more guests on the way. I have an announcement to make. I talked to the King of the Blues, a dear friend of mine. You can look him up, the King of the Blues, a phenomenal man, King of the Blues. Bobby Rush, who you saw in the movie Dolomite, singer of Chicken Head, one of the longest performing artists in the world, who's like a friend of mine, is going to do an interview with me. Ron Hurd is going to be doing an interview with me again. My auntie Kim Weston will be doing an interview with me. Mr. Peter Bailey, Malcolm X's secretary, will be doing an interview with me. A friend of mine who's a human rights advocate from Brazil, Selma Reyes, will be doing an interview with me. Dr. Bani, a presidential candidate for Ivory Coast, is willing to do an interview with me. Reverend Earl Carter, Miss Crow, I spoke to this week. He's agreed to interview. His wife is sick. I spoke to him. No, he sent me a text yesterday. There are going to be a lot of people right now, and I need to say this again. What happened was I was told by Ron Hurd, True Power is Mine, other people basically pushed me off their platforms to force me to put content out. So basically, I wasn't really prepared to do the tech stuff, but I have to do something. On top of that, I want everybody to know that Tariq Nasheed is going to drop that film, Buck Breaking, in February. I need to have content on my YouTube channel because there are going to be trillions of people looking me and other people who are in the film up, and they need to at least see that we're productive. I want to let you know that I will be going to Atlanta, Georgia in a couple of days. I'll be going to Atlanta, Georgia to work with other people who are against eugenics. We're against the Gay Equality Act. We're against lowering the age of sexual consent for minors. We're against vaccinations of our youth our people, period. We're against this radical sodomite agenda. And that's being pushed. They are trying to raise up another pro-sodomite Black leader that they want to put on the national level. One just lost. This guy, Jamie Harrison in South Carolina, the one that looked like Mahalia Jackson and chemo, who lost to Lindsey Graham. They gave him $100 million. You know, they don't give no real Black person. They won't give you $100. Now they got this one in Atlanta named Raphael Warnock, and I call him Warnuts. He's in a divorce with his African wife that he dogged. I think he ran over a foot with the car. He just preaches gayness from the pulpit of Ebenezer Church, which is Martin Luther King's church. The Vatican of Civil Rights is now a gay-affirming, sodomite-affirming church. They've got the movement. It's already theirs. It's sad. So I'm going down to Atlanta. my friends, if things work out, I may be in Atlanta for several weeks because Warnuts needs to be knocked down. This dude has no connection to the local Black Atlanta community. It's another Obama job. You get this Black person, you build him up, you push him, and then you push him on Black folks, and he's there for illegals and gays, not for us. And you need to understand that. And I'll say this again. I don't hate gay people. I never have. Never have. Never. Don't want to. But I resent the politicization of it. Are you understanding me? I resent this being forced on people and public policy being made around this stuff. And that's what's going on. And our people being destroyed behind this stuff. And people need to know this. I'm looking for something. Okay, here's what I want you to see. I got my video that I want you to see. I want y'all to see something, because a lot of folks would not know. A lot of people go to Brazil. I went to Brazil and I met women. I mean, God, if I was gay anywhere, it wouldn't make it 1 week in Brazil. The women down there are so friendly and open and aggressive. I mean, if you don't know your man, you'll learn. If you have a potential to be straight, they'll show you how. Real talk, okay? You can go to the beach minding your business, and some of the finest ass women you've ever seen will come up and they will start a conversation with you. In fact, I'll tell y'all my epiphany. On my 30th birthday, I was on the beach in Recife, Brazil. And one of the most attractive women I've seen in my damn life came up and started talking to me. And I couldn't speak the language. I felt like the dumbest ass Black man that ever lived. I felt dumber than Clyburn, John Lewis, Elijah Cummings, Al Sharpton. I mean, I felt dumber than the crackhead in a homeless shelter in their own piss, because she was smiling and talking to me. And I was like, damn. She thought I was retarded because I couldn't even. And she got frustrated and walked off. I was so angry. Damn it. At least I would have liked to have said something inappropriate and then walk off. But they thought I was so stupid that they thought I was retarded. And I was just so angry. I was determined. Never again would a Black Brazilian woman get in my face and me not be able to say some shit, at least hold their attention for 2 or 3 minutes. I can still remember their breasts pointing through their bikini. They're like the little closed circuit cameras watching me. I mean, I was like completely paralyzed. Whew. No, that's not Google Translate. You can't use that shit. That's one-on-one. There's no technology. And it looks corny speaking into the thing, talking to someone. These people want to hear it fall out your mouth. So, let me say it in their language. Depois a dia quando a menina fale comigo e eu não posso responder na língua portuguesa, eu começo a aprender totalmente a língua em ordem a comunicar com as meninas sexy, as galinhas belas. Eu quero comunicar com todas mulheres, simos homens. All right, I learned that thing. I tell you, I never, ever again will one of them come up to me in a G-string, and I can't say something, at least I'll get turned down. But for her to think I was like a retarded nigga on the beach, I was so embarrassed. I almost wanted to jump out in the ocean and drown. But now, mas agora, eu sei como a comunicar romanticamente com as mulheres brasileiras negras, porque eu quero muito a encontro uma mulher perfeita. All right, I learned that. I'm going back down there. Okay, I'm going back down there. O próxima vez eu sou na praia, minha língua não me para o progresso do amor. Okay, I refuse, eu refuso o encontro segunda vez onde eu estou sem caminho a comunicar minhas emoções. Okay, so yes, you can learn from that. And here comes Selfish, my cat that thinks that they are a person. But they hate the camera. They're not like Malcolm X. I've been to Rio. I've been to São Paulo. I've been to Belo Horizonte. I've been to Ouro Preto. I've been to Santos. I've been to Bahia. I've been to Brasilia. I've been to Olinda. I've been to Aracaju. I love Brazil, but the black people there are catching hell. And I just have to say that a lot of the activists, or not activists, a lot of the little unk niggas that I talk about, they go down there to fuck, to drink, and to pretend that they give a damn about black Brazilians. They've created no real relationship for trade, for learning, for activism, or advocacy for black Brazilians. It's a disgrace. When I went to Brazil, I was involved with the black movement in Brazil. I never go to any country and not meet the real black folks fighting. Never. When I go to South Africa, I go to see the PAC niggas. My friends from Mozambique are free limo niggas. I don't want to assimilate. I don't want to be around African coons, Brazilian coons. When I went to Cuba, I went to see the black Cubans. It's my friends in Bermuda are the black and proud Bermudans. When I go to Canada, it's the Afro-Canadians that are proud. I didn't say Hoteps brought STDs to Brazil. What I'm saying is that the Hoteps don't have a program. The big thing that the Hoteps do is attack the Bible. They attack the church. Marcus Garvey worked with everybody for his Pan-Africanist movement, Christian and otherwise. What I find these fake ass African coon spiritualists do is all they do is attack people. I went to Howard, and what I've experienced, because as an active student, we would hear, if you were a black Christian, you were a traitor to the race, meaning every 5% are selling dope, every fake Muslim screwing everybody, anything except if you were a Christian was cool. I see a lot of this in Black America. I hate it. And it's false and it's a goddamn lie. And when these niggas even tell history, and I've had to cuss people out on their platform, I had the nigga have the nerve to tell me on his platform that Harriet Tubman was brainwashed for being a Christian. Nat Turner was brainwashed for being a Christian. Denmark Vesey was brainwashed for being a Christian. Henry McNeil Turner was brainwashed for being a Christian. And so I said to him, well, where are all your fucking African ankh-wearing spiritualists? What the hell movement do they have? They have nothing except they hate the gospel. They hate, and see, if you talk about a fake black preacher, I agree with these people, the genuine ones. They hate the genuine people who actually do what they say and what they believe. They hate them the most because their mission is to get rid of anything that remotely has any connection to the Bible. That's their mission. That's the one consistent thing that they all have in common. No program, no schools for the most part, no hospitals, nothing. Just they don't like all Christianity. I don't like fake nigger preachers. But you know what? They don't like genuine people. And that's what I'm going to say to this Hotep thing is Luciferian. If the all-seeing eye of Horus on the dollar represents the Illuminati and the occult, and it comes from Egypt, wait a fucking second, hypocrites. You mean you're talking about the Illuminati? And by the way, all these people, Masonry comes from Africa, and they've stolen all of our secret mysteries and all. And yet, all of them are using that to kill us? We want it? Go to hell. Get the hell out of my face with that. If that stuff was so good, we got plenty of nigger Masons in this country. Where's the power? We got plenty of nigger Greeks in this country. Where's the power? Where are the results? Show me something that they had that works for more than a few. White power works for most white people. White power empowers most white people. Black Ankh bullshit, black Masonry, the Boule destroy black people. Show me something that liberates us. And I'm not talking about for a short haul, for the long haul. The Catholic Church has sustained the Irish rebellion against the English. Everybody else's religious thing sustains them in some way. What you can see that has sustained us the most are sincere, genuine believers. Where, in fact, let's take one of the priests of this Ankh thing, Amari Baraka. Most of you have forgotten Amari Baraka was all on Barack Obama's jock. All of the Ankh niggas got down with Obama. All of them. All. The whole damn group. None of them said, hey, look, Obama's attacking Africa. They waited. Obama's been out of office and you still haven't seen a united consensus. Because let me just tell you, a lot of niggas are trying to be gods. They have little personality cults, little cults around certain charismatic personalities that don't like nobody else. In fact, I'll be honest with you. Anything I see the Ankh niggas do, I can find at a basic storefront church or some fat woman or bossy pork chop eat nigger who wants everybody to kiss their ass. And they keep everybody dumb and under them because they want to be worshipped. That is a problem. You go in a church and there's a big jumbotron picture of the pastor and there's a little 8x5 of Jesus. There's not supposed to be any images of God any damn way. If there's supposed to be no image of God, no image of the Most High, why do you even have the pastor and his wife's picture up there? And he's screwing everybody but his wife. He shouldn't even put a picture up there. He ain't even betting abroad half the time. You've seen these women, they haven't fucked in 10 years of the pastor's first ladies. They're all miserable, big ass sombrero and shit with whole Amazon jungle worth of shit falling off the side of it. Don't y'all get tired of that? And you got all the big butch lesbians with the big choir director arms that hang. I mean, their arm is like 3 feet from the bone and shit. If you want to lead anybody anywhere, lead their ass to the gym and stay in that motherfucker until you're at least a size that you don't need a scooter to roll around on. Now hold on. I'm sorry. Y'all got me off on a tangent. I'm trying to be serious, but y'all keep asking me these questions. I want y'all to see this thing here. Hold on. Put some sound on this bitch. This is Gay Pride in São Paulo, Brazil.
Diante de tudo que nós passamos nas últimas eleições, essa é uma das paradas mais importantes para mostrar que nós estamos aqui, vamos continuar a estar aqui para existir e resistir.
Todo mundo tem direito de viver do jeito que quer, do jeito que gosta. E eu acho que tem que mudar a cabeça da sociedade, porque estão vindo, nascem crianças e estão morrendo muita gente por se assumir, por ser homossexual.
Me assumi muito nova. Então, assim, eu passei por um grande preconceito. Então, pra isso é tudo. Isso é o meu orgulho, é mostrar quem eu sou.
I'm scared to death to go home. I don't want to be in the situation to have to go home and say to my daughter, Daddy's not going to be living here anymore.
That's Brazil. And I want to say to you, the Black movement in Brazil is being hijacked by the LGBTQ, like here. Carnival has a whole bunch. Carne comes from the word meat. And so there's a whole lot of Carnival is about a lot of promiscuity. There's people and that comes from Africa. That's the African tradition. And Mardi Gras and New Orleans, you go down there for prostitution. It's the Big Easy because you can do anything. If it comes from Africa, and they go say, well, you know what? It's the white people put the gayness in it. Bullshit. 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 We need to get our acts together spiritually, colored folks, and we need to start being honest that some of this stuff we have the ability to do better, right? You don't have to screw everybody. You don't have to. There's nothing that says we have to do this. You know what? I'm gonna show y'all Africa because y'all obviously I can't stand Ankh people. Okay, I can't. I'm sick of this Ankh stuff. It isn't Egypt. I said about Egypt in school. I didn't have a problem with black folks starting all this kind of stuff. I problem with that. Hold on, let me give y'all some more. I want to show you what Mandela did with South Africa, because y'all like Mandela. Mandela is such a perfect person. Let's look at what Mandela did for South Africa.
What do you mean?
This is South Africa, the new South Africa.
I've been doing that kind of like that.
That wasn't black enough for y'all, I know. So I'll just get a blacker version of it. But Africa, looks just like here. Let me do something. Let me make this funkier for you. Because y'all don't understand what Mandela's about. Y'all don't understand what Mandela did. Y'all don't understand. And y'all think that this stuff is new. And we got to have some conversations about this. Because y'all need to understand what's really going on. Let me just help y'all out. Let me help y'all out. Mandela's Africa. What we march for.
Ilakako and Derek Jaggers live in the sprawling township of Kailita in South Africa's Western Cape. Both men are openly gay. South Africa is the only country on the African continent with laws that protect the rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender LGBT persons.
I'm very happy to be born in South Africa, actually, I'm free to listen and to hear and to read things about gays being discriminated against, being arrested, being murdered, being burnt for being gay in other countries like Uganda and stuff. It makes me feel happy to be in South Africa because here I've got rights as a gay person.
But despite the legal provisions, there have been reported assaults against gays and lesbians in Kailita in the last few years. Derek and Sia Bulela, however, say things have slowly begun to change, and some of the people in Kailita have started to accept the gay community.
I think now compared to, I would say 5 years ago, there's totally a change. Not 100% certain, but there is a change. People are getting to quite familiar about gay men that are around the township whatsoever, and the stigma has decreased in such a way.
Zaki Ahmad is a prominent gay rights and HIV/AIDS activist. He is well known as a founder of the Treatment Action Campaign TAC, which fought for the provision of affordable antiretroviral ARV drugs for South Africa's poor in the 1990s. Ahmad also formed the National Coalition for Gay and Lesbian Equality, which was also instrumental in the campaign to enshrine gay rights in the constitution. South Africa passed laws recognizing same-sex marriage in 2006, but according to Ahmad, legal rights do not mean gay people do not experience homophobia. The impact is more severe if they are from impoverished families and cannot fend for themselves.
We've got an excellent constitution. As a gay man, I can do anything I wish to do within the law, and the law gives lesbian and gay, bisexual, transgender people enormous amount of freedom. However, if you're working class, white or black, and you're gay, you're largely dependent on your family.
Every year, a Pride March is held in Cape Town to celebrate gay rights in South Africa. This year, the focus was on African countries that have recently enacted or tightened punitive laws that targeted LGBT persons. 37 states on the continent ban homosexuality.
I think I feel so bad for my Nigerian gay guys, my friends, my pals over there. And I don't think it's necessary because it's life, it's emotion. You can't stop our life. We have to live. That's the way we were born, and we were born that way.
It's very hard to convert millions of people into understanding that really the value is loving one another. How we love one another is not the issue. It's that we love one another. And it's trying to take people through the whole education of what the Bible really means. That will take many, many years.
Still, Ahmad says that gay rights activists should also fight for other marginalized people and should defend all human rights. While the members of the gay community in South Africa can express themselves freely, many across the continent continue to live in the shadows as African states enforce or adopt harsher laws. Those who oppose homosexuality argue that the measures are aimed at defending family life from attack and maintaining their cultural and religious beliefs.
Okay. South Africa's off the chain. If you haven't been there, it's off the chain. It's off the chain. It's like Atlanta. It's like Atlanta. It is. And it wasn't brought by Africa. It's bullshit. People do this stuff all over the world. It is in human nature to disobey God. So everybody trying to say brought to Africa is bullshit. You didn't see the damn film. The Ugandans, before there were white people there, had kings who had harems of boys they screwed. It was actually the white people who came in and shut the faggotry in Uganda down, not the Africans. And by the way, you just saw the damn clip. The 37 African countries that don't let people do whatever they want to do, LGBTQ wise, the basis of that law is the Victorian laws. The British brought in, the French brought in, meaning that liars, black, male, and female liars, everything went Africa, including selling us. If folk were so goddamn moral in Africa, that they sell one another to the Arabs for 1,500 years and sell to white people for 600 years. You have to be morally debauched, and it has to be a lot of moral debauchery. And I'm going to say something else. All of you that watched Black Panther, and you dummies didn't get that the bald-headed women were dykes in the movie, and the Dahomian women were lesbians. They weren't heterosexual women. They weren't heterosexual women, broads, and dumb fuck black men who are always into celebrating super women. No, I'd settle for a nice, regular, feminine woman. Those women in Dahomey were slave trading dykes. And, and I can stop because I wanted to do something else. The Dahomian women did not marry. What do you think women who live their whole lives without being married to a man do? What do you think the women in the harems in Saudi Arabia do? When you only get to see one man maybe once in a year, you think a woman doesn't want to come at least twice a year? You didn't know in Saudi Arabia and other countries they have epidemics of lesbianism in the private girls' schools? And in Africa, the private girl and boy schools, where you lock boys and girls up from each other when they're discovering sex and sexuality. What the hell do you think happens? What do you think happens in boys and girls schools in America? Come on, if you've been a teenager and your penis jumps hard every 5 seconds, if you lock boys up from girls, someone's going to get some friction. If you lock men up in prison, something happens. Deal with reality. Deal with reality. Deal with reality. Let's deal with this. And in Atlanta and in all these other places, we have all this AIDS and septicemia and so forth. It's because we have a large number of people doing stuff. Oprah Winfrey, I think, is a closet lesbian. Oprah Winfrey's all-girls school, the women were raping the girls in school. Trust me, were it men, Oprah Winfrey hired lesbians that raped girls. Had it been men, Oprah would have been all on no good black men. See, it's the thing. When women do shit, that's why I just go for it. I hate pork chop feminism. The scriptures say all have sinned. It doesn't say men. There are women as fucked up as men are. There are women predators just like they're male predators. Call this shit what it is. Greetings to everybody. We need law and order. We have girls raping girls, boys raping boys. It's a problem. It is not the only problem that we have, but it's a serious problem. And my issue is when the black, in fact, I feel like reading. Damn it, let me read my book. Shit. I need to read something, damn. I'm gonna have to read something because I was trying not to do that, but I'm gonna just do it. Wait a minute. Where's that punk ass dudes? This punk ass man, this thing. Yes, I called him a punk ass man. I said it. Punk ass dude. If you ever read what this punk ass man was saying, you'd understand why I brought this thing up. I'm looking for this dude. Hold on. I'm in this book. And this isn't what I think. Hey, y'all, a lot of this stuff, I don't know this stuff. I'm not thinking about this. I don't care about that. I'm not trying to make people be one way or the other. I'm going to go back to this book. I'm going to hold it up. It's a book you can get. It's kind of inexpensive. Hold on. It's called The Devil. Hold on. Which way? The Devil and Karl Marx. I've read from it before, but I'll reread it. Let me read this. By the way, Black Lives Matter is a communist organization. 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 Let me read this to you from The Devil and Karl Marx by Paul Kanger. I'm on page 340. I'm going to read a couple of pages in this. And I'm going to read 3 pages. Listen to this, because Black Lives Matter, Patrisse Cullors, who is a lesbian, who used to be basically a trick that was used, screwed. Her, you can look up the guy, his name is Eric Mann. There is a Jewish communist deviant. Look him up on Wikipedia. His name, the man that trained the head of Black Lives Matter, is a Jewish deviant communist named Eric Mann. I just put his name up. When I get more technology, I'll be able to do stuff with my tablet. I'm sorry, but let me just read this to you. Today, the Communist Party in America has rolled out the red carpet for all manners of sexual libertinism. It is happily and ruthlessly criticizes every traditional norm. The Communist Party USA and publications like The People's World are robust advocates for the entirety of the left-wing LGBTQ agenda. But it was not always this way. In Harry Hayes' day, the Communist Party USA was not totally a hospitable place for homosexuals for a number of reasons, primarily because of their susceptibility to blackmail. The lifestyle made them automatic security risks, as acknowledged by Hayes' lawyer, Frank Pestana. Harry himself said that homosexuals were forbidden membership in the party according to its own constitution. Hay biographer Stuart Timmons notes, the party strictly prohibited homosexuals from joining and did not acknowledge homosexuality as anything more than a degenerate phase of a decadent system. But Timmons' own sources later in his book suggest the larger reality was more complicated. He quotes several sources from Harry himself to Dorothy Healy, the infamous Red Queen of Southern California, insisting that the party was not homophobic. Those perceptions vary, but there was no question the party realized correctly that homosexuals were a security risk because of their blackmail potential. In fact, the humorous assessment comes from Nicholas von Hoffman, biographer of Joe McCarthy aide Roy Cohn, who observed the only thing the State Department and the Communist Party agreed on was homosexuals were security risks. Party officials were even known to hurl accusations of homosexuality against non-homosexuals who had been booted from the party for political reasons. Such dirty smears were classic Leninist morality, with the ends justifying the means. But though officially opposed, Timmons notes that an unofficial sub-policy existed below the surface. That is, exceptions were made for effective comrades who were doing excellent work and were avoiding situations that could subject them to blackmail. Timmons said that Harry was one such comrade. This is Harry Hay, the spiritual father of NAMBLA, the pedophilia legalization movement. Timmons said Harry Hay was one such comrade. For him, an exception was made. The Communist Party took a pedophile because he was useful. That was indeed the case until Harry felt that his cover being blown or in jeopardy of being compromised. With that, he decided on his own to leave the Communist Party for the best of the party. Thus, contrary to what has been interpreted, Harry was not expelled from the Communist Party USA. He left of his own volition. One more consideration should be added. This comes from the Soviet side, which would have been particularly concerned about blackmail because the Communist Party USA answered to the Kremlin. Respected Cold War researcher John Barron, in his classic book, KGB, The Secret Work of Soviet Secret Agents, maintained that the Kremlin distrusted homosexuals less because of blackmail risks than because they judged homosexual men at war with themselves. The KGB deemed them emotionally, if not mentally, unstable. They were rejected as potential spies or agents of influence because they were viewed as unreliable and risk of treason. Contrary to popular supposition, the KGB was not primarily interested in homosexuals because of their presumed susceptibility to blackmail, wrote Barron. In its judgment, homosexuality is often accompanied by personality disorders that make the victim potentially unstable and vulnerable to adroit manipulation. Like our black, deviant, homosexual traitors who serve everybody but us. It's adroit manipulation for these white, homosexual, leftist, communists, often Jewish, manipulating our stupid, impressionable, pork-chop feminists and toxicity pimp, homoerotic thugs. It hunts, listen to this, it hunts the particular homosexual while more or less functioning member of his society is nevertheless subconsciously at war with it and himself. Black Lives Matter is at war with black people. Listen to this. Again. Listen to this, it hunts the particular homosexual who is, while more or less functioning member of his society, is nevertheless, I repeat this, subconsciously at war with it, at war with their own people and themselves, himself. Barron continued, compulsively driven into tortured relations that never gratify. He cannot escape awareness that he is different. Being different, he easily rationalizes that he is not morally bound by mores. In other words, since nobody likes the way I get down, I can do whatever I want to everybody else because nobody really likes me. I can spread AIDS. I can molest kids. I can put out filthy coloring books. Absolutely. I can say gay is the new black. I can work on behalf of other people. This is what's happening to us, huh? And I repeat, he is not morally bound by the mores, values, and allegiances that unite others in community or society. It means that they're rogues. They do whatever they want to. They're non-binary. They want chaos. Everything we need to have cohesion, they're against. Moreover, the homosexual nurtures a dormant impulse to strike back at their society, which he feels has conspired to make him a secret leper. To such a person, listen to this, treason, betrayal, selling out, cooning, backstabbing offers the weapon of retaliation. Go to a black meeting and try to rally black people. The Devlin Karl Marx, Paul Kengor. I'm on page 340, 341, 342. I'm going to read some more from this. Try to be an activist these days. I tried to get some people together around police brutality, and everyone wanted to put gay people in the group. And I realized we'd only get to deal with gay issues. You couldn't talk about the police killing us, beating us. Because if you start talking about black people, well, what about homosexuals? What about my rights? And it disrupts everything. Everything becomes their sexual thing. And if you say, well, look, that's not important. Well, it's important to me. I've been hurt. We can't have a movement because these people function as the fifth column. They function as subversives. They function as people that don't allow us to solve our problems because they're narcissists, and how they screw and who they screw and what they've been through is more important than all of us put together. Of course, they're against common sense. Let me keep reading. I repeat, to such a man, treason offers a weapon of retaliation. We're being punished. A good example, that guy, Billy Porter. Always you'll get these black gays on the TV attacking the black community for homophobia. Matthew Shepard was killed by white homosexuals, not black people. White folk kill gay people all the time. White people aren't called homophobic. You can always get a black bulldagger or some black queen to come on TV. Jerry Carr, who said they didn't have human rights? If you have a problem with me calling a spade, you don't need to be on this feed. Nobody said nobody had human rights. We talked about our collective rights. What you just did is disruptive. I never suggested that gay black people didn't have rights. But what I have said, and it's a fact, what they want doesn't supersede, and they're a small number, what the majority need. Anybody got a problem with that? Get the hell away from me. If you think 2% of the people are more important than 98%, you've got a problem. I read your words, and if you're hearing my words, I never said No human rights for people. And so if this is the first time I've let people know, I'm very clear about treating people fairly, but we're being treated unfairly. If that's difficult for people to process, disappear. I know folks who talk about hurting, killing, discriminating. I never talk that way. Everybody in here knows it. I'll tell anybody, cousins, friends, family, folk, gay in my family. I don't want anybody to put their hands on anyone. However, when I want to talk about safe drinking water, and I try to have a meeting, and someone gay decides they're going to talk about homosexuality when the water's poisoned, well, that motherfucker is in the way. Cool, Jerry. I just want to be clear on that. I know what it's like to try to talk about a human issue for Black folks, and it gets sidetracked on sexuality. I'm not attacking anybody's sexuality, and they put their sexuality, and it becomes a focus. This is where we've been for a while as a community. Obama got 25 million Black votes, if not more. And Obama helped homosexuals in very specific ways. He never did it for us. The main people who you saw pushing for Obama were Black gays. You couldn't even say anything about Obama. Obama was vocal for gay rights. Black folk get murdered. I mean, the whole world saw Ferguson. The whole world saw Baltimore. Only when Obama was dragged by the international community did he recognize Black people suffering, and he did very little about it. Gay people, I mean, he's just fighting them anything they wanted. As I said, Obama did everything except suck a dick in front of the White House to let people know he was on their side. Where did he go the extra mile for us? He hasn't. He didn't. I want to show the Breakfast Club. He couldn't even explain what he did for Black people. In a room full of people that support him, he can't explain it because he did nothing. He is a liar. He hates our guts. And so does Clyburn. And so does punk-ass John Lewis. And punk-ass Al Green in Texas. And a bunch of other punks and butches. And suspect people like Maxine Waters. Her husband don't love her. That's a business arrangement. I said it. And this isn't even about some witch hunt. Let me make this clear. Mark, he didn't give health care to Black people. In fact, Obama defeated health care for everyone. Most Americans wanted a single payer plan, single payer, like Medicaid and Medicare. Obama went against what most people, Black, white, and everybody else that would have gotten everyone covered. Obama did not. 3 million Black people needed it, and another 10, 12 million didn't get it. 10, 12 million Black folk didn't get it. And like 25 million people remained uncovered. So there's just no ifs, buts, and ands. Did I knock? I got Obamacare. I've never said that the Affordable Care Act was bad, but it wasn't specifically for Black people. If you have a woman or whatever it is that you like, or you wouldn't give your mother somebody else's Mother's Day card. You specifically write a Mother's Day card for your mom. We asked for our 25 million votes. What did you specifically do for us? All the excuse-making coons in the world can't answer that because there is nothing specifically for us. I can name what he specifically did for people in the country illegally. In DACA, scholarships, legal help, training, jobs, amnesty for criminals from other countries. Can you point to anything specifically just for Black people who are citizens of this country that pay taxes? And the answer is no. So we've got a lot of Black morons. We have a lot of defective people in our community. In fact, yes, Mr. Savat, Obama made certain that the pharmaceutical companies discounted their drugs only 2% per year when Americans pay 2, 3, 4 times what other people pay for drugs. When you have the largest medical purchasing entity in the world, the United States government, and they couldn't ask pharmaceuticals for more than a 2% discount, Are you fucking kidding me? Just 2%? Any of us can go to any store and you can get a 10%, 5%, 6% discount as an individual customer. You're talking about the government of the United States that has trillions of dollars to spend, couldn't get the pharmaceutical companies to give more than a 2% discount for the American public? By the way, what you didn't see in the news, all of you Biden supporting coons, Donald Trump, who's definitely not a Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, just changed the pricing on drugs for American people to force the companies where they can no longer charge Americans 2, 3, 4 times the price of drugs like insulin that they charge countries overseas. The media won't tell you that. Obama should have done that. How many people died from not being able to afford insulin? Obama could have done that when Obama had the majority in the House and Senate. Why didn't he do it? Didn't give a fuck. And everybody black that defends Obama don't give a fuck about black people. We have a lot of selfish, evil black people. They think that they're good, but they're not. If you don't want as much for the next man as you can for yourself, you're evil. I want everyone to have health care, not just me. Not just me. I want people to be happy, not just me. That includes white people. I don't want white people miserable. I don't want anyone miserable. But I do want black first. B1, 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 B1. OFAGA is bought and sold. I agree with you. And anybody, you can argue with me all you want. I don't care. I don't listen to ignorant people. The facts are reality. Obama let us down. Obama, if you saw the speech I put up the other day, Obama said that he would do everything he could for gay people, and he told them to be impatient, and he's going to work hard, and he's going to do everything. If you look at all the gay commercials on television, everything, Obama set it up to make certain that there were gay people everywhere on television, the media, everything. This was a guarantee when Obama got in that gay people would be represented, that there had to be a quota of gays in the TV shows and scripts. He could have done that for black people. He could have, had he wanted to. Had he wanted to. So, let me, and I don't care. My mission is to drive coons crazy. I'm a coon buster. My mission is to make comfortable niggers uncomfortable. And the day is coming, right? The day is coming where there'll be more people like me. And we won't care about the respectability coons. I don't need any respectabilities. I want my motherfucking money. MFM, everybody. We want our MFM. We want our tangibles. We want our righteousness. I don't think that it's right for Black Lives Matter, which is funded by Barack Obama. Barack Obama gave Black Lives Matter millions of dollars. So did Hillary Clinton. Black Lives Matter, you haven't seen one legal victory that they've won anywhere in the country. Black Lives Matter goes into communities and they draw out the local grassroots leaders and they betray them to the police and they leave them in jail. There are people who are in jail going back to the Ferguson protests 6 years later. Black Lives Matter's had hundreds of millions of dollars and they don't bail them out. They bail out the white people. And they leave the true black people who are standing up, who got caught up thinking Black Lives Matter was real, and they destroy them. And so I don't respect anyone that can't see that. I don't like dumbness. The day that we become intolerant of dumb fuck black people, well, we cut them off, we shut them down. We don't even want to listen to them. The day that stupidity becomes a crime in our community, it's a day that we start getting free. Let me keep reading. Such a psychological assessment is not surprising from the Soviets, for the KGB, then an American communist who was a homosexual. might have been devoted to the cause but could not be relied upon to serve the Soviet Union, certainly not as a spy, because of the inherent risk of betrayal. The homosexual was not emotionally stable. That was the Kremlin's perspective. One would examine all these varying views at length, but the point here is that Hay's biographer Stuart Timmons put it, Harry concluded that even under the best of circumstances, he would be a liability to the party, and so he recommended his own expulsion as a security risk because of his homosexuality. Harry Hay left the Communist Party USA in 1951 after roughly 17 years as a member. The same year he joined a group of homosexuals, communists from the Los Angeles area, forming the so-called Mattachine Society, the pioneering organization of gay communists. Notably, these communists of the Mattachine Society describe themselves, listen to the word, people, as progressives. When you hear progressive, it means LGBTQ. Progressives. Progress is we don't mess with women no more. Here too, Hay gave his total religious-like devotion just like he had to the Communist Party. Stuart Timmons said that Hay cast himself into the cause of the Mattachine Society with evangelical fervor. The group, like the CPUSA, assumed a missionary nature. The guys in the Mattachine Society would spread the gospel of Marx and Lenin, albeit from a gay perspective. This is what Black Lives Matter is doing. Alas, there's much more to the multifaceted life of Harry Hay. As to our interests here, the progressive Harry Hay remained an aggressive advocate for homosexual rights and never relinquished his support for Stalinism. To the likes of gay communists like Harry Hay, homosexuals were to be sympathetically presented to the public as the new victim class. Harry Hay and the Mattachine Society decided in the 1960s that they would hijack the movement and the empathy and the sympathy for Black people to get reparations and freedom, and they, the white homosexuals, would take. Out of Los Angeles, just like Patrisse Cullors. Out of San Francisco. Black Lives Matter comes out of San Francisco and Los Angeles and Chicago. And there's a link between the communist people, the weathermen, Bernardine Dohrn and Ayers, who are Obama's mentors. Eric Mann, the mentor of Patrisse Cullors, is in Los Angeles. And then you had the weathermen and all these people in San Francisco were also Jim Jones and Harvey Milk, the first openly gay elected official who was in the Mattachine Society, who was a communist. Let me keep going. In a creative appropriation and extension of Marxist theory, they could be constituted as a new bourgeoisie to refashion the revolution and reject the old order. Here was the ideal group to undermine the traditional norms. Again, gay Marxist. Black Lives Matter, gay Marxist. That thing has nothing to do with us. And they're using Black people. I'm going to put a name up in a second. Here was the ideal group to undermine the traditional norms. Here was a handy tool, eventually, an entire civil rights movement to fundamentally transform society's understanding of human nature. Ultimately, their cause would be employed to redefine everything from marriage to understanding the nature of human sexuality itself. Harry Hay, like others before him, were true trailblazers. Such was the next iteration of the evolving specter of communism as certain 20th century and 21st century to Marx, packed up the ideology and added the colors of the rainbow to the traditional red. Marxism embarked on a brave new course, a new road, both sexual and cultural. This, as we shall see, was the revolutionary road less traveled by others in the Frankfurt School and the 60s radicals. Unfortunately, they were incredibly successful, and it is now a most busy highway in the 21st century. I'm going to do some more from this. I'm going to do some reading. Hell. Y'all get me? When you hear about this socialism and everyone's screaming about socialism now, you think it's healthcare. You think it's libraries. You think it's they're going to take care of people. No, folks. Not that I'm against healthcare. I'm for it. As I said, I receive Obamacare. I think society should take care of people. Let me do some more. I love this. And in fact, let me put a name up here for y'all, because I have to do some teaching. I got to do this. You need to look this dude up. Let me get you the name of the book. Anybody with $7 can get Moses Hess's book. Let me put the title up, because people think I'm making all this stuff up. Oh, he hates people. No, I don't. I'm not mad at nobody. I'm just telling you what the hell is out here. And unfortunately, our people, they lack intellectual discipline. So when someone takes the time to tell them something, they get all upset like you're out to get them. Let me give you this book. It's about $6.40. Let me write this down for you. That book is on Amazon. It's $6.40. You can, that everybody can afford to spend $7. Look it up. It is not my opinion. This guy, Moses Hess, was looking at using black people as the human shields, the stunt dummies, the crash dummies for Jews to take over America. Black people will be exterminated in a violent revolution to put secular nationalistic Jews in charge of the Anglos. This is what Black Lives Matter is doing right now. This man, Moses Hess, was trying to do this in the 1860s, y'all. We weren't even out of change yet. We're being played. We're being played. Let me read some more. And by the way, let me explain something to you. Let me say something to y'all. One of the things that y'all don't see, if you wonder why black people don't get tangibles, does anyone ever wonder? It seems as if everybody gets tangibles but black people from the Democrats. Why won't, no matter what we do, we can't get from them? Let me explain to you why you don't get tangibles. The whole purpose of these leftists is for black people. And by the way, the leftists, the communists, are in the Democratic Party. Angela Davis is a Democrat. All the communists are in the Democratic Party. I'm not saying the Republicans are our friends either. I'm just trying to say something to you. In order to get the revolution in this country, Black people have to be starved into a point where they will rebel and be willing to die. And so give them nothing so they're miserable. If you notice, everyone comes here and we can't get shit. This is a plan to use us to be cannon fodder in this revolution in which we will be wiped out. This is what Black Lives Matter is doing. This is what the communists are doing. And this is the chaos, anarchy, and they already have the programming that black is evil, black people are bad, black people are dirty. Then all this gay shit. Black folks hate America. Blacks are unpatriotic. Black folks are burning everything. And they keep saying black, 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 and showing you images of burning and fire. They're enraging the white majority to kill us. To kill us. The Democrats are therefore, who are communists, want to keep black people miserable, do nothing for them. People have understood this going all the way back. You can look at this, and I want you to remind everybody, if you're not familiar, there is a very good book I might get. Lord Dunmore in Virginia. The American Revolution almost failed because Lord Dunmore, the British royal governor of Virginia, offered freedom to black people that fought for the British against the Anglo-American revolutionists. Black people have always been seen as a wild card in America. People may not love us or they may hate our guts, but can use us to achieve an end. This is happening right now, except these people are communists within the Democratic Party, playing us against the white majority, giving us no guns, nothing. We'll be slaughtered. And by the way, look at how these same damn Democrats are against the Second Amendment, which means black people who have been made the enemies of everyone have been disarmed conveniently so we can be vaccinated or killed at will. Think about that. Don't deliver. Make black people miserable. Don't give them nothing. Lock them up. Bring crack in it. Just do everything to make them unhappy where they can't function. They'll rise up because they don't have a choice. But they deliberately set us up where we wouldn't have a choice so we could be mass killed. This is what the Democrats are doing. I'm not saying that the racists on the right care, but their program isn't so insidious and deliberate like the people on the left. Let me read some more because y'all think I'm playing. And by the way, all the people on the left hate one thing about black people, at least some of us. It comes back to they hate Christianity. It's a problem for them. The religious beliefs, I'm talking about the positive Christians, not the fake ass ones. It's a problem to the people that want to use us as crash dummies that they get exterminated. Let me read one of the mentors of someone that you guys love. Speaking of disturbing confluences, the inspiration behind famed radical Saul Alinsky, this is Obama's dude, who's Jewish, are likewise troubling and hard to pin down. Not hard to find, however, is his acknowledgement to Lucifer, which comes at the start of his most famous work, Rules for Radicals. Kicking off his opus to radicalism and community organizing, Alinsky offered this curious opening acknowledgement, lest we forget at least over-the-shoulder acknowledgement to the very first radical from all of our legends, mythology, and history, the first radical known to man who rebelled against the establishment and did so effectively that he at least won his own kingdom, Lucifer. Yes, Saul Alinsky, icon of the political left, whose admirers include Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, commenced his magnum opus, the one for which he is hailed by progressives a book not only read by Clinton, but used as a text by Obama in Chicago as a teacher of community organizing with an acknowledgement of the devil. He directed his readers to gaze to Satan as a glorious rebel. His evocation is similar to Buchanan in his 1871 magnus opus, God and the State, which lauded Lucifer as the eternal rebel, the first free thinker, the emancipator of worlds. To avoid overstatement and hyperbole, we should clarify it would not be quite accurate to say the Rules for Radicals is dedicated to Lucifer, as is often claimed by Alinsky detractors. It is also hard to criticize them for making that assumption. Looking at the book carefully, it appears to be dedicated to one person. There is a page at the start of the book that says simply to Irene. On the page prior to Irene's dedication is a list of personal acknowledgments, where Alinsky lists 4 friends: Jason Epstein, Cicely Nichols, Susan Rabiner, and Georgia Harper. Following the Irene page is another page, the controversial one, in which Alinsky offers 3 quotes, first from Rabbi Hillel, the second from Thomas Paine, and the third from Alinsky himself, giving his nod to Lucifer. One well-known fact-checking source on the web, Snopes.com, describes this as 3 epigraphs on the introductory page. That is a fair and acceptable way to characterize it. And on a third of the 3 is an epigraph, if you will, to Satan. But we should not let Alinsky off the Luciferian hook. Alinsky elsewhere had more favorable things to say about that first rebel and radical, particularly Satan's dominion in the netherworld. He was asked about the acknowledgement in his March 1972 interview with Playboy magazine near the end of his life, a swan song that every Alinsky aficionado knows about. The exchange came at the very end of the interview, with Playboy apparently judging it a fittingly provocative close and extremely lengthy conversation. It reads, Playboy, having accepted your own mortality, do you believe in any kind of afterlife? Alinsky responds, sometimes it seems to me that the question people should ask is not, is there life after death, but is there life after birth? I don't know whether there's anything after this life or not. I haven't seen any evidence one way or the other, if I don't think anybody else has either. But I don't know that man's obsession with the question comes out of his stubborn refusal to face up to his own mortality. Let's say that if there is an afterlife and I have anything to say about it, I would unreservedly choose to go to hell. Playboy asks why. Alinsky says, hell would be heaven for me. All of my life, I've been with the have-nots. Over here, if you're a have-not, you're short of dough. If you're a have-not in hell, you're short of virtues. Once I get into hell, I'll start organizing the have-nots over there. Playboy, why them? They're my kind of people. They're my kind of people, said Alinsky. Hell would be heaven for me. Alinsky averred that he would unreservedly choose to go to hell. That is frightening. Theologians often comfort repentant sinners fearing the flames of hell by assuring them that one must deliberately choose hell to end up there. Well, he determined that such was his choice, reservedly so. Like Karl Marx's character in The Pale Maiden, Alinsky was willing to forfeit heaven by choosing hell. When I first Googled the Alinsky Playboy interview several years ago, I found the aforementioned excerpt posted at, among other places, a Satanist website. There, the author, in an article titled Saul D. Alinsky, a role model for left-wing Satanists, writes of the exchange, I'm not sure whether Alinsky was a Satanist Luciferian of some sort or whether he was just joking. He may well have been just joking. An Alinsky supporter, a liberal friend of mine, shrugged this off as a joke. As Alinsky, allegedly being facetious, I asked my friend how she knew that. She admitted she did not for certain. And if those statements and nods to Lucifer and hell were something of a joke, they are not very funny. Other online fact-checking source, PolyFact, adds a caveat. The rest of his book, Rules for Radicals, includes no real discussion of Lucifer or Satan, though it does talk about the way people demonize political opponents so that others see their opponents as devils. Indeed, it does. And that's not particularly amusing either. One of Alinsky's more infamous rules is to isolate the target and vilify it. This was the thrust of Alinsky's final and most egregious rule for radicals. Pick a target, freeze it, personalize it, and polarize it. He advised cutting off the support network of a person and isolating the person from sympathy. He cruelly urged going after people rather than institutions because people hurt faster than institutions. This is most assuredly not what Jesus would do. As for Alinsky's politics, they're not easy to discern. Many conservatives reflexively tag Alinsky as a communist, but that is not nuanced enough. The man was maddening, as were his politics. He was a pro-communist, an unquestioning and quintessential radical, but he was certainly no textbook Marxist-Leninist, nor a member of the Communist Party. One writer of the National Review, Stanley Kurtz, has studied Alinsky and pegs him well, calling him a democratic socialist who worked closely for years with Chicago's Communist Party and did everything in his power to advance its program. Most of his innovations were patterned on Communist Party organizing tactics. Kurtz adds that Alinsky was smart enough never to join the party. From the start, he understood the dangers of ideological openness. He was a pragmatist, but not a pragmatist of the far left, Kurtz adds. So Alinsky supported the central Marxist tenet of public ownership of the means of production. Unlike the New Left, however, Alinsky had no expectation of reaching that end through swift or violent revolution. He meant to approach the ultimate goal slowly, piecemeal, perhaps over generations through a patient organizing efforts at the local level. This was much more akin to the Fabian socialist model adhered to by many American progressives and democratic socialists. It was called an evolution rather than an evolution. It was the Marxist, communist, socialist call of public ownership of the means of production without Lenin's love of violence. Kurtz puts it well. I would add the crucial caveat that through Alinsky was not a doctrinaire communist in ideology. He was favorable to communism. Alinsky himself said he was never a Communist Party member, but did not shy from working with party members. I knew plenty of communists in those days, and I worked with them on a number of projects, said Alinsky in his Playboy interview. Back in the 30s, the communists did a hell of a lot of good work, he added emphatically. Anybody that tells you he was active in progressive causes in those days and never worked with the Reds is a goddamn liar. Their platform stood for all the right things. He contended that the party in those days was on the right side and did considerable good. That is quite a testimony for a purported non-communist. Note that Alinsky contended that the Communist Party stood for all the right things and was on the right side, and that it did considerable good. He was referring to the Communist Party of the 1930s at the height of the Stalin era. This was precisely the period that American Communist members pledged their loyalty oath to Stalin's USSR and towards the goal of Moscow-directed Soviet America. Those were Alinsky's pals that he worked with who did a hell of a lot of good work. And so, Saul Alinsky was not a communist. Technically, formally, not even ideologically and physically, he was not far removed from the party. In his 1972 interview with Playboy nearing the end of his life, Alinsky stated, "I've never joined any organization, not even the ones I've organized myself. I prize my own independence too much, and philosophically, I would never accept any rigid dogma or ideology, whether it's Christianity or Marxism." That was certainly true of Christianity. There is no acknowledgement of Christ at the start of Rules for Radicals. No, only to Lucifer. This is Obama's playbook, is reading someone that sees the devil as the awesome person to follow. I want to do some more for all the pork chop feminists. By the way, a lot of these people are Jewish. We're going to get into the Church of Satan, and you're going to keep finding over and over again the people that are against this Christian thing over and over again are crazy atheistical Jews. Over and over, and I'm not being anti-Semitic, I'm just telling you, over and over, they'll keep saying they're Jew. Judith Butler is a Jew. Jew. William Reich, Jew. I don't know, when you hear about that synagogue of Satan in Revelations, you wonder. I want to read some more, because this is where the pork chop feminist, I'm going to get you broads. Y'all next. Kate Millett, the Mao of women's lib, the high priestess of feminism. Likewise, nothing to laugh at were the antics of Kate Millett, one of the early faces of the National Organization of Women, NOW, and one of the leading lesbian feminists of the 1960s and 70s. Kate was not only a feminist, but a Marxist, like the sisters in Black Lives Matter. Millett was the author of Sexual Politics, her dissertation at the communist hotbed, Columbia University. It became a cultural juggernaut when published in 1970. There she decried the patriarchy of the monogamous nuclear family. She don't like men and women being together. By the way, in 1960, more black women were married than white women. By the time feminism hits our community, white women are more likely to be married than black women. You sisters, keep listening to these white ladies. Go ahead. Be the dumbasses if you want to be. The book landed Kate on the cover of Time magazine on August 31st, 1970, which dubbed her the high priestess and Mao Zedong of the women's movement. Her angry book served as the Bible of the feminist Marxist manifesto of women's lib. The New York Times referred to Sexual Politics as the Bible of women's liberation. The best witness of Millett's long life, mindset, destruction, and demons is her sister, Mallory. Mallory had suffered her own inner turmoil at the hands of the university system before rediscovering her faith and eventually pulling herself out of the clutches of the cultural Marxist beast. Amid the 60s revolution, Kate employed Mallory to come to New York, where she and her female comrades were making revolution. Mallory went to Kate's gathering in New York, thus becoming an eyewitness not only to how unhinged the left had become, but to what was festering within the culture rotted by the maggot of Marxist ideology. Mallory remembers, "I stayed with Kate in a dilapidated loft on the Bowery as she finished her first book, the PhD thesis for Columbia University, Sexual Politics." It was 1969. Kate invited me to join her at for a gathering at the home of her friend Lila Karp. They called the assemblage a consciousness-raising group, a typical communist exercise, something practiced in Maoist China. We gathered in a large table as a chairperson opened up the meeting with a back and forth recitation. You've heard this one before, but I'm going to read more. Like a litany, a type of prayer done in the Catholic Church, but now it was Marxism, the church of the left, mimicking the religious practice. You've heard this before. Why are we here? To make revolution. What kind of revolution? The cultural revolution. How do we make cultural revolution? By destroying the American family. How do we destroy the American family? By destroying the American patriarch. How do we destroy the American patriarch? By taking away his power. How do we do that? By destroying monogamy. How can we destroy monogamy? By promoting promiscuity, eroticism, prostitution, pornography, and homosexuality. The women's movement, all you women beefing about men going both ways, your movement helped create it. Mallory says that the Camaraderie Sisters then proceeded with a sustained discussion on how to advance these goals. It was clear that they desired nothing less than the utter destruction of Western society. She said, how would they do this? They would do it via the method laid down by the cultural Marxists, by the Frankfurt School, the spirit of Antonio Gramsci, and the long march through institutions of the culture from media to education. They would invade every American institution. Everyone must be permeated with revolution. Mallory watched it unfold and unravel. She also witnessed the cultural wreckage. Today, she speaks of the tragically encountered women in their 50s and 60s who fell for this creed in their youth and now cried themselves to sleep many countless nights, grieving for the children that they will never have, that they coldly murdered because they were protecting the empty, loveless futures they now live, with no way of going back. Where are children? They cried to Mallory. Where are my grandchildren? Those children were sacrificed on the feminist altar of abortion. And this ain't just white women. 66% of pregnancies end up in abortion in the Black community. Sisters are killing babies more than anybody. Y'all killing, mass killers. Y'all need to repent. Your sister's books destroyed my sister's life, Mallory has heard numerous times. She was happily married with 4 kids, and after she read those books, she walked out on a bewildered man and didn't look back. The man fell into despair and ruin. The children were stunted and deeply harmed. The family was profoundly dislocated, and there was no putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. Kate Millett, the Marxist feminist advocate for gay rights, for new sexuality, for new spousal relationships, and on. She channeled her revolutionary energies into a campaign to take down marriage and family, the backbone of American society, and she practiced what she preached. Though she married, she practiced lesbianism, becoming bisexual. She started that lifestyle at Columbia while writing Sexual Politics. This would predictably end her marriage to her husband, who found the trashing of these norms unnatural and detrimental to the health of their marriage. Good for him. Of course, to many in our brave new world, this makes Kate a heroine. Today, the bio for Kate Millett at the gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, queer website hails her as groundbreaking, bisexual feminist, literary, and social critic. Most disturbing about Kate is just how far she descended into a darker world. Her sister Mallory believes that Kate was demonically possessed. Obviously, that is a major charge, one not leveled lightly. But Mallory, now a devout Catholic, who not only studied Kate intimately, they shared a bedroom, bunk beds, when they were growing up, has done her share of theological exploration. She's expressed the observation to me many times in emails and phone calls, and has openly shared with others in interviews and on the website. She has not been reticent about it. I always thought and said that Kate was a definite case of possession. Mallory wrote me in one email, Our eldest sister Sally tells me that Kate was nuts when she was 4, and that when I was born in her 6th year, she poised over my bassinet, plotting my murder, and not in the normal way of a child whose babyhood has been usurped. Sally said that she was a real menace from the beginning. I don't think she was ever in the faith. The reference to faith refers to the family's Roman Catholic roots. Kate went to St. Mark's Grade School in St. Paul, Minnesota, from kindergarten through 8th grade with nuns as teachers all the way. She attended the elite Girls Covenant School in St. Paul's, Durham Hall. She was expelled multiple times. I have no idea when she left the church, Mallory writes, but she was irreverent her whole life. As to this vexing matter of Kate's diabolical side, Mallory wrote to me on one occasion she was definitely possessed. Paul, there's no question. She recalls how Kate would fly off the hinges and in an incessant become an outrageous lunatic. She recalled family reunions at Kate's home in New England, which would start on a Thursday with feminist Kate surprisingly turning into a delightful homemaker, laying out a wonderful spread in classic New England home fashion. These would start on Thursday with the whole family there and Kate just delightful by Saturday. And then Sunday morning, however, one could feel literally the stark change in Kate's behavior and overall ambiance. By Sunday morning, she was brooding, said Mallory, and you were just waiting for her to pop. According to Mallory, by Sunday afternoon, she would literally be at her back, kicking her legs in the air, screaming. It was just awful. My poor mother, she was just so distraught by this every time. My first conversation with Mallory was a long, chilling one in the afternoon of Friday, April 2017, while I was driving on the Pennsylvania Turnpike en route to Reston, Virginia. We talked for close to 2 hours. We could have kept on going. She was a fan of my previous writings, especially my 2015 book, Takedown, and was pleased for that book that I used her September 2014 front page magazine article on Kate. She wanted to open up to me about her famous feminist sister. Mallory herself had been an actress and close to some well-known Hollywood figures. She had been through a lot in her life, but was now a devout Catholic in faithful standing with the church. One can sense a penitential feel from Mallory, seeking to find reparation and healing. Mallory proceeded to say to me, Kate was crazy and insane, sadistic, evil, and dangerous. She shared with me for the first time her older sister's account that from the moment that Mallory was in the bassinet, Kate gave her an ominous look as if she wanted to reach out and strangle her. From the day I was in the bassinet, she wanted to kill me. Here, she also offered what she believed to be a spiritual explanation for the behavior. She said that she believed that her Marxist sister was demonically possessed. Mallory conceded that some people think that she is crazy when she says that. She even proffered that diagnosis to 2 priests who gave her funny looks. Nonetheless, she told the priests, listen to me. I understand this stuff. I have a sister, a very famous sister who is possessed. I know what I am talking about. There's no other explanation for Kate's lifelong pattern of outrageous and ruinous and vicious behavior that she could not be fixed or corrected. She is convinced of it. Mallory had not spoken to Kate since 1993 at their mother's funeral. Her mother always looked at Kate with sympathy in a way that a mother would look painfully at her most messed up child. Her dying mom asked Mallory to take good care of Kate once she was gone. Mallory rebuffed her mother. I'm sorry, Mom, but there is no way. She said she had to break with Kate because Kate would destroy her. Mallory spoke of one experience. Of all of Millet's kids, Mallory was the one who always got stuck in the room with Kate because Mallory by nature was the helper. But unfortunately, this was dangerous. Mallory lived in New York and had a psychiatrist advise her that when she got in these situations where she was stuck with Kate, she should simply leave. walk away, simply get up and walk away. Mallory replied, but how do I do that? The psychiatrist told Mallory to just simply say to Kate, I need to go to the bathroom, and then leave and don't come back. Mallory said that this was so simple to be laughable, but it worked. Otherwise, until that point, she had not been able to break free of Kate's grip. She said Kate would effectively hold you hostage in the same room with her, beating you down, tormenting you, threatening you, brooding over you. She said that seriously, she thought one of those days Kate would try to kill her. She truly did believe that. Mallory said that Kate lived in darkness for decades following the death of her mother, with feminist minions surrounding her. Mallory said that these minions all were women, acolytes, disciples of whom practically worshiped Kate. She was like their guru. Mallory said that these were old, aging, lesbian feminists who all sleep with each other and all worship Kate. Kate was like their cult leader. Mallory told me pointedly that one could see by looking into Kate's eyes and face that she was highly abnormal. Mallory returned to the demonic point and said that when she would talk to Kate, Kate's face would take on forms, that this made Mallory think that Kate had something inside of her. It pained Mallory to say one thing that most baffled and saddened her about her life was to observe how her crazy sister's lunatic ideas managed to rapidly sweep through the culture and country. She remains blown away at how within a couple of years it seems like every university in America had her sister's book on the syllabi as required reading. It just doesn't make sense, Paul, she told me. How did something like that happen? It's a great question, Mallory. A sad testimony to the flawed human condition. It is also timeless, agonizing question. What explains the inexplicable attraction of idiotic ideas of the likes of Marx and Engels, Marcuse, Reich, Harry Hay, Walter Benjamin, and those of the Frankfurt madmen like Kate Millett? How do human beings fall prey to such awful notions? Beyond my own discussions with her, Mallory Millett would go on to relate these sentiments to others, including a notable February 2018 interview with Front Page magazine. Those remembrances are worth quoting, not only as further affirmation of what Mallory told me privately, but further public extension of what Mallory witnessed. Note her description of Kate's evil, her darkness, her ranting, her raging, her eyes rolling in her head, and the frothing of the mouth. She was most disturbed, megalomaniacal, evil, and dishonest person I've ever known. She tried to kill me many times. That is an enormous blare of traumatizing horrors. She was a sadist, a torturer, deeply ingrained bully who took immense pleasure in hurting others, incorrigible and ruthless. She was expelled many times from every school she attended. In my childhood, with heart hammering, I tiptoed through the house as to not be noticed by dreadful Kate. Our mother was helpless, paralyzed with terror in the face of Kate. It's a grinding hardship to bring oneself to write such harsh things about one's own blood. It took some bucking up for me to start telling the truth. I spent decades laboring to reason her into the light. This was especially true after an incident in which I was trapped alone with Kate in an apartment in Sacramento for a week, and she did not allow me to sleep for 5 days as she raged and ranted, rolling her eyes in her head, frothing at the mouth, holding chants with little green men. Not knowing a single person in Sacramento, I had nowhere to turn. Too terrified to go to sleep, I wasn't sure she even knew who I was, but I could imagine a butcher knife thrust into my back as I slept. Big Sister Sally came from Nebraska to rescue me. After that, there was an enormous effort by the family wherein we all took Kate to court for legal commitment in Minnesota. She hired a male feminist hotshot New York lawyer who managed to swim back out into the world to hurt, menace, and harm more people. Kate had many handmaidens. Mallory notes that her radical sister had enablers everywhere, on 7 continents, more groupies, acolytes, minions who worshipped her. Mallory also recalled in 2018 interview in Front Page magazine of the consciousness raising sessions in New York. She underscored that these girls wanted to normalize a host of evils and taboos that even included Satanism and witchcraft. In 1969, I attended a consciousness raising session in New York City with my sister Kate, where a group of 10 to 15 women sat around a long oval table and plotted the new feminist movement and the founding of the National Organization of Women. Their template was Mao's China, and the group confessionals conducted in each village was to cleanse the people's thinking. The burning objective of Kate's consciousness raising was the destruction of the American family as she deemed as a patriarchal institution devoted to the oppression and enslavement of women and children. They went on to form NOW, and with that organization achieved the stated goal of taking down the patriarchy through a massive coordinated promotion of promiscuity, eroticism, prostitution, abortion, and homosexuality. Their proposed method was to infiltrate every institution in the nation, the universities, the media, primary and secondary schools, PTAs, teachers' unions, city and state governments, library system, the executive branches of government, as well as the judiciaries and legislatures. One of their most desired results was the smashing of every taboo in Western culture. Imagine that. Think of that alone. The normalizing of every taboo, polygamy, bestiality, Satanism, pedophilia, pornography, promiscuity, witchcraft, all activities which rot the human soul and city. This is the agenda of the pork chop feminists. If you wonder, all these girls raped, you never see these women's organizations speak up because the lesbians want the girls raped. They want pornography. They want the sex. They get rid of the family. The bad behavior of the wicked men facilitates their movement. They don't want good men. A lot of men are single. They've wondered why women pass them up. Good men don't have a chance in this Marxist, feminist, sexuality, non-gender binary bullshit world they're putting together. Let me keep reading. I'm almost done. I'm going to read some more from here. The reaction of this interview posted on the website of Front Page magazine was quite expressive, with readers not shying away from menacing language. When one reader wrote that Kate was not crazy but evil, Mallory herself jumped into the discussion and the reader's comments section and stated emphatically, "I entirely agree with you." Further down the discussion, Mallory iterated unequivocally that she believes that Kate was demonically possessed. I have come to understand that Kate was indeed possessed. From what I can discern, it was probably an early event, most likely before I was born. There was an energy from her that was inexplicable, illogical, demonic, and to any reasonable person terrifying. She could tear of people like a room of a storm of flying razor blades. A friend of mine that didn't know her told me once that he was seated next to Kate in the 1980s at a charity dinner and was struck by her demeanor. The darkest person I ever met. She had a black aura. Even in her behavior was clinically diagnosed as insanity. Mallory said, for me, it was always evil itself. In sum, Mallory has been sometimes saying things about Kate. To quote just one more example, back in June 2014 piece referring to the larger family, she said, Kate demonized us. Aside from the dark roots of whatever might have possessed Kate Millett are the fruits of her Marxist ideology were palpably toxic, not just upon the public, but her own life. Kate practiced the sexual politics she preached. She had long ago abandoned her long-suffering husband, not for men, but for numerous other women she hopped in bed with. This included lesbian orgies that slithered into the realm of the pagan. Mallory described to author Carrie Gress a harrowing episode one Halloween evening at Kate's loft apartment. Guests recorded, upon entering Kate's apartment, there was a long, low table with 12 placements, topped with a plate, a bowl of water, and a sharp knife resting on it. In front of each place setting, there were 12 completely naked women sitting cross-legged on cushions. The naked woman at the head of the table was wrapped by a 10-foot boa constrictor. Dumbstruck and appalled, Mallory and her friend watched in horror. They were invited to join in the ritual, but they told Kate they were just there to observe, which seemed to suit Kate since they were only willing to take off their shoes. As they took their eyes off us to resume their ritual, Mallory explains, we tiptoed to our shoes and crept out, running down those flights like bats out of hell. My feet barely touched the steps when we burst into the Bowery, shaking and huffing in shock and terror. Kate Millett, the feminist founder, even tried to get her own sister Mallory in bed with her. I'll read that again. This big mother feminist wanted to screw her own sister. Kate Millett, the feminist founder, even tried aggressively to get her own sister Mallory in bed with her. What Mallory witnessed among Kate and her cohorts was a mix of Marxism, atheism, paganism, witchcraft, the occult, and flat-hour psychotic, if not a demonic element as well. Ultimately, Kate's dance with the dark side ended one morning in Paris, September 6, 2017, 1 week shy of her 83rd birthday. She collapsed from a massive heart attack. At her side was her wife, Sophie Kerr, another Jew. Mallory got the news from her sister Sally. I was flooded with indescribable grief that she could no longer spread her, indescribable relief that she could no longer spread her filth, lies, and misery, nor could she go on threatening the lives and safety of others, said Mallory. She immediately recalled one such occasion from Kate. Once she wrote an entire book describing her deep passion for her lover, Sita. Sita's response was to kill herself. My biggest anxiety about Kate, has always been that one day she would take out the family of 5 on a Sawmill River Parkway, laced with liquor, wine, lithium, marijuana, and God knows what else. She hurled, ranting and raging, up a difficult road. For many years, I have braced for that call in the night. Mallory was relieved. Kate's doting fans, however, mourned. They grieved the passing of their Marxist feminist heroine. Kate's funeral was held at a church whose members neither openly embraced Jesus Christ nor the Father, namely Fourth Universalist Society, a Unitarian church in Central Park West in New York City. In a glowing obituary, the New York Times celebrated not only the high priestess of women's lib, but the foot soldiers and commanders of feminism in attendance at Kate's death service. Gloria Steinem, Phyllis Chesler, actress Kathleen Turner, who were there to stand by and a stand-in for Hillary Clinton and Robin Morgan, and even the bizarre Yoko Ono, a buddy of Kate for over 50 years. The congregants at the church were led by folk singer and activist. This is a lesbian I talked to you about named Holly Near, who had something to do with the Scum Manifesto. Led by folk singer and activist Holly Near in a bellowing piece entitled Singing for Our Lives, which Near wrote after gay pioneer Harvey Milk was murdered. Everyone seemed to know the words, wrote the Time reporter. Miss Ono joined hands with Mrs. Kerr and Miss Chesler. What a hollow way to go, but it was a fitting dirge to a life of Kate Millett. The funeral spectacle would have been bad enough if it had reflected merely Kate's perversities, But perhaps the saddest of all, Kate's radical sexual politics have become her country's and cultural sexual politics as well, to the point that this author's sexual politics, this woman, was legally able to marry another woman in a new America with few batting an eyelash. She pivoted from her classical Marxism to cultural Marxism, from economics to sex, from redistributing wealth to stumping for same-sex marriage and LGBTQ rights. It took America a few decades, but all the hard work by secular progressives in the schools and universities eventually brought the masses in line with the very ideas of Kate Millett that Americans once considered insane and evil. Marxist minions may not have secured an economic revolution, but they have triumphed in their cultural revolution. I want to add some more because folks want to know, how does this relate to us? Well, I'm glad you asked. This is from chapter 10. By the way, this is on Amazon Audible. If you get an account, you can hear this read to you. Manning Johnson and the infiltration of the church. Shortly after Ben Gitlow testified before Congress came Manning Johnson, who, like Gitlow and Louis Bundes, was a prominent ex-communist. He was particularly well known as a leading African-American communist. Johnson, too, witnessed Uncle Joe Stalin, as FDR affectionately called Stalin, and his USSR ordering around the Communist Party USA. He left the party in disgust. Johnson had served on the National Negro Commission, an important subcommittee of the National Committee of the Communist Party. It was important because of the vigorous push by the Communist Party USA and Comintern to attempt to organize Black Americans into a segregated Negro Republic in the South. That the National Negro Commission, said Johnson, was created on direct orders from Moscow to facilitate the subversion of the Negroes. He soon realized the full extent to which the Negro is used as a political dupe by the Kremlin hierarchy. Several top white communists, such as James S. Allen, an alias used by Saul Auerbach, Jewish, Robert Minor, and Elizabeth Lawson, were placed on the commission and they ran the show. These white communists, Johnson said, wielded more power than the nominal Negro heads of the commission. In a word, they were like white overseers. Moreover, every Negro member was aware of the fact that these white overseers constituted the eyes and ears and the voice of the Kremlin. A Black man was expected to follow the dictates of Saul and his white masters. Good Negro communists were to be unquestioning Negro communists who sat quietly and did as they were told. A good Black communist listened to white communists. His comradely master. For all their bluster about elevating Blacks, this was how communists treated their African American brothers. Let me stop for a minute. Go look up Black Lives Matter. They've received hundreds of millions of dollars. None of that money has gone to Black people. It's gone to white people. The niggas are a scam, and they're using us. Hasn't changed. Same communist, same stupid Black folks. Only difference is now they're using gay ones. Particularly egregious, Johnson alleged, was that white women were exploited by the Communist Party leaders as sexual objects to be employed against Black men in the party. I observed how white women communists were used as political prostitutes, wrote Johnson, cohabitating with high-level Negro communists in order to spy on them. A lot of brothers think their dick is so good. No, they're spying on you. You go to Harvard or other places, you'll find a lot of certain black men don't get anywhere unless they have a white woman that they're married to. That's just so white folks have someone to go to and find out what's really going on. You sleeping with the enemy. Now, I'm not saying that there's never been a loyal white woman married to a black man. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to you that they will place these people. They do this with the guys in pro sports. They do this to everyone. Black men think because they drop some pipe that they got some power. Bullshit. Bullshit. It's like Michael Jordan. When the woman gets ready, the white woman will take all of his money and get another man. Brothers are dumb. Dumb. I'm going to read that again. I observed how white women communists were used as political prostitutes, wrote Johnson, cohabitating with high-level Negro communists in order to spy on them, he asserted. This information was invaluable to the Red hierarchy and their relation with their Negro lick-spittles. It means coons. Lick-spittle, coons. It means to lick someone's spit, a coon. In top red circles, this is known as bedroom politics. Information procured by the white female communists was then transmitted to the white male communists as handy blackmail material against the black male communists in case they got out of line. Maybe they did some back talking, got a little uppity with white folks. Black communists were basically being used as Uncle Joe's Uncle Tom's. According to Johnson, the purveyor belt of information then went from these Negro lickspittles to various progressive groups, which in fact a wider coalition of communists, fellow travelers, sympathizers, and liberals that constitute the vehicle on which the Reds pin their present hope of victory. What Johnson concluded was that communist usage of blacks also applied to their exploitation of women, whether in America or in the Soviet Union or elsewhere. When the communists unite with the support them, women today, he warned, it must be kept in mind that it may be necessary to denounce them tomorrow and the day after tomorrow and hang them. Thus, in the end, blacks and women were indeed treated like everyone else under the communist system. Everyone could be abused and sometimes even executed. Much more could be said about that, but our focus here is how the communists exploited and infiltrated religion. Manning Johnson had some particular valuable insights into how the communists viewed not just blacks and women, but religious people. Congress was particularly interested. The nation was interested. Churches were interested. Manning Johnson's testimony before Congress was given on July 8, 1953. His primary questioners were the committee's lead counsel, Robert Kunze, and Congressman Kit Clardy of Michigan and Gordon Shearer of Ohio. What he had to say is extraordinary. This chapter draws from a transcribed excerpt of roughly 7,000 words. Johnson spoke to the Christian faith in America generally. The communists discovered that the destruction of religion would proceed much faster through the infiltration of the church by communists operating within the church itself. Here, Johnson, like Gitlow, meant that the Christian church or Christianity generally, in his uses of the church, Johnson never specified the Catholic Church. He spoke broadly of Christian churches, almost exclusively Protestant churches, even as some Catholic authors have tried to suggest otherwise. He did once mention in his testimony the superstition of Rome, which was a reference to the Roman Catholic Church. By and large, however, Johnson spoke of Christianity as a whole. Most significant was his statement that the communists determined and discovered that the destruction of religion could proceed much more rapidly through infiltrating the church and operating from within. Manning Johnson began by stating that the communists believed that every communist had the duty to extricate himself from the supernatural bondage of religion and to liberate the masses from that bondage. Quote from Johnson: "When I first joined the Communist Party, the district organizer Peter Chaunt, a member of the district bureau and district committee of the Communist Party by the name of Otto Hall, talked at great length to me about the subject of communism and religion. The essence of what he said was that man made God, not God made man. And the duty of every communist was to rid himself of the supernatural bondage of religion, that religion is used by the powers that be in order to keep the masses of people in docile submission to exploitation. Therefore, the liberation of the masses of humanity is dependent upon their emancipation from religious ideology." Johnson himself experienced that during the time he was an active member of the Communist Party. He was not an atheist. He explained to the Congressional Committee, quote, "I hid my religion. I committed the grievous sin of hiding it. I outwardly accepted the atheistic and anti-religious program of the communists, but secretly in my heart, I retained my religious convictions. Of course, that was an awful struggle, an internal struggle, a struggle between two different and opposing philosophies, the philosophy of charity and the philosophy of hate. Sometimes I wonder how I did that tightrope walking," close quote. In fact, Johnson added, now he had left the party, he had joined a Baptist church in New Jersey and attended church services in New York regularly. Johnson explained how the Communist Party indoctrinated its members via so-called lessons of indoctrination. They gave me Lenin's writings on religion. Counsel Kunzig asked when and where this happened and about the materials that Johnson received. Question from Kunzig: "When and where was this given to you, Mr. Johnson?" His response: This was in Buffalo, New York, when I first joined the party in 1930. Did you have any examples of printed instructions that was given to you? His response: Yes, I do have. I have given the pamphlets and booklets that were written by Bishop William Montgomery Brown. He was a prominent Episcopalian bishop who was expelled from the church because of heresy. He devoted the balance of his life to a war on religion. He published such books as The Bankruptcy of Christian Supernaturalism, Heresy, and others. The Communist Party received a large supply of these anti-religious pamphlets and circulated them very extensively. They either gave them away or sold them. Mr. Kunzig: throughout the United States of America? Johnson's response: yes, throughout the United States. Shira, let me ask just one question. You have with you this morning some of the books and pamphlets of Bishop Brown to which you have referred, have you not? Johnson responded, yes, I have. Shira, would you just for a second, just for the record, say which ones are in your possession at this time? What Johnson then proceeded to furnish was of compelling interest and very enlightening as to the thinking of the leftist ministers, especially Bishop William Montgomery Brown, the Episcopal bishop mentioned earlier in the Gitlow testimony, who was ultimately expelled from his denomination for heresy. He was the so-called bad bishop. Johnson had brought a copy of Bishop Brown's multi-volume Bankruptcy of Christian Supernaturalism, Volumes 1, 2, and 3. He also toted a copy of Brown's Communism and Christianism, where he was quoted on page 210. Christianism is nothing to either the owners or workers in the sky, for its God and heaven, devil and hell are lies, and neither religious Christianism or political republicanism or democratism, not to speak of other evils of religion and politics, offer the workers aught on earth. Capitalism is the God of this world. Of no part of it is more than these United States, and capitalism is to the laborer wrong, lying, murderous devil, and not good divine. That is a ordained minister, but Bishop Brown was a shocking man. I'm going to stop there. I just want you guys to get that these leftist people, these communists, these socialists, have been after black people for 100 years to manipulate us, to use us, to trick us. I'm not saying I worship capitalism. Black folks need their own gain. My problem is, and I told someone we have an ABC situation. The Aryans on the right don't like us. C, the leftist communists on the left don't like us, and we're blacks. B, have no game of our own. We're being played. We're in the middle of two forces that are colliding. If we don't come up with a hustle of for ourselves, we're dead. I'm not saying anything that can't be proven. Again, this is from the devil and Karl Marx. They have been trying. The communists, in fact, all of y'all know that J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI, and CIA were after Martin Luther King. But how many of you know that the Russians, the communists in Russia, had a hit out to have Martin Luther King killed? How many of you knew that? How many of you knew that the communists wanted Martin Luther King murdered? And that the Soviet Union had a hit out to kill Martin Luther King? You have never heard this before, have you? Somebody respond to me. You didn't know that the Communist Party, the Soviet Union, wanted Martin Luther King dead. They put a hit out to kill Martin Luther King. And the reason that the Communist Party wanted to kill Martin Luther King was because Martin Luther King wasn't trying to have the kind of revolution or change that the communists wanted. And they figured if they could get Martin Luther King killed, that we could have a revolution in America. The CIA, the FBI, the mafia, and all these other people that were in on killing Dr. King had competition that the communists wanted Martin Luther King dead too. Martin Luther King, they felt being killed. There's a very good book that talks about this. I'm going to see if I can get the title of it. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to look and see if I can get me this Kate Millett book. I'm going to see if it's on Amazon. Because I need to have, hold on, I'm going to put in sexual politics. There's a book called The Matrokin Archives. Sexual Politics by Kate Millett. It's sold out. How much are they asking for this damn thing? Let me see how much they want. They want $18 for the Sexual Politics. Let me look in books real fast. Y'all wonder, I buy these books, so when I tell y'all something, y'all will understand I am not making this up. I'm not trying to get out, that's why I don't like dumbass people come and try to argue. I'm not trying to get my way. I didn't know anything about this shit. I didn't know that I happened. I just tell you, the one time that I visited the CIA, yes, I did. The CIA was trying to recruit people at Howard University. And I got blamed for ruining the CIA's project. I got into trouble. This is almost 22 years ago. And I wasn't trying to do anything militant, it's just, they shouldn't have asked me. Don't tell me, don't ask me to do, they wanted to take our pictures. Okay. It happened in October 1999. Okay. They had some Howard University students go to the CIA. We went to the George Bush campus in October 1999. I just wanted to look around and hear so much about the CIA, right? And they wanted to take our pictures. And I have lots of friends that are Middle Easterners and Africans and so forth. And I was like, take my picture for what? What you need my picture for? You don't need my picture. Nah, no thank you. Nope. You can't have my picture. I just told him, you can't have my damn picture. Okay, no. And I says, all the rest of people's picture can be taken. I don't care. It's a group of about 14 students from Howard. Okay. And I just refused. Says, you can't make me take a picture. I'm not doing that. I have friends in other countries. The CIA has fucked over people. I can't be down for shit like this. Y'all can't make me do this. And then all of a sudden, all the other students started not wanting to be in the CIA's picture. What they wanted to do was get a picture of a bunch of black students visiting the CIA from Howard and then send it to all the other HBCUs to get niggas to sell out. And I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. You can't have my damn picture. Okay. And what happened, once all the other students refused to have their pictures taken in group photo for A, who was working for the CIA at Howard. I didn't know he was with the CIA. I thought he was with the State Department, right? They yanked me aside and started screaming at me. Right now, I just don't, feel comfortable. And then the man explained, because when you go into the CIA, I'll just tell you what it's like if you get to the visitors entrance at the George Bush campus. What will happen is that you have to come through a security area, and it's sort of like coming into an amusement park. You have to go through like these, they have this metal, I forget how you explain it, but it's like a maze of things. You line up, and so there's this metal stuff to keep people in line. And they have these huge two-way mirrors or one-way mirror where they can look at everybody. They have people paid to look at you to try to figure out whether you're a bad person or not. This is real stuff. I'm just telling y'all the truth, okay? And what the man told me when they were yelling at me, Mr. Philistrat was his name. He said that they had identified me as the dangerous person in the Howard University group, that I was a person that needed to be controlled, and they blamed him for not controlling me. What you need to know is that, like 14 people, they didn't ask anybody else to take a picture but me. And I guess I was supposed to be the coon, and then everybody else would take a picture if I did. So the CIA, just fucking looking at me, said, get him to do it, and then all the rest of the people will follow him. But you got to make this one do it. And the guy says, they told me that you were hard-headed, you were rebellious and difficult, and you had to be broken, and then all the others would fall in line. I'm trying to think, who thinks of shit like this? Y'all don't understand. This is some real people look and say, out of all the people, get him, stop him, and everybody else will do it. So I never got invited to any more stuff because I got identified as a bad person that wouldn't obey their thing. I don't know how they could get that shit, but they're just looking. And I didn't do anything militant. I wasn't trying to be tough. I mean, look, I ain't no difficult person. I mean, most of the people on this street can kick my ass. I'm no tough guy, but I'm not stupid. Okay, I'm not a dumb nigger. And so the CIA people, so they have my name for that shit. I'm sorry. I fucked up their operation at Howard. I wasn't even trying to. I just didn't want to be involved in, the CIA has just fucked up people real bad. Okay, here we go. I want to make certain that I had this book, so y'all can argue with me all you want, but the book that I bought from the CIA when I was at the CIA bookstore was this book, but it had a different cover. I'll put the title of the book. It's it's not a whole lot of stuff on black people in it, but it's called The Sword and the Shield. And the Michoacan archive. It's on Amazon. I'm certain you can get it. It's a $25 book. You can get it used for $11 on Amazon. You can also look while it's in good condition. There's an $11 version. Let me give you who's the author of it. Christopher Andrews, the author. So in this book that I bought, Sword and Shield, they had a reference to how the Russians were going to kill Martin Luther King. And had he not been killed by the FBI or the other people, then the communist Black Lives Matter people would have had Martin Luther King murdered to create and blame it and get Black people into a violent racial war. We would probably all be destroyed. It sounds crazy, but it. And by the way, I feel bad about Dr. King getting shot and then them killing him at St. Joseph's Hospital. But I mean, you had the communists, the white people, and so are the capitalists. You had both the most powerful countries in the world wanting to kill just one nigger that wasn't even 6 feet tall. Are y'all feeling me here? Okay. Man, we've been at this for a minute. You know what I want to do? I want to do what I originally planned to do, and I got blocked by this damn bad situation. I wanted to deal with this, so let me just go ahead and abuse the system. Let me see if I can do it.
I know.
This is what we do every day.
Relax. You were talking nice and low.
This is how we talk every day.
And it wasn't coming in hot, and now you are.
Well, now we are. We have a special guest. He served 8 years as the 44th President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, President Barack Obama.
Never heard of him. Never heard of him. You know what? I heard of y'all.
I heard of y'all.
I appreciate you guys having me. It's wonderful to see you again.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah,
Thank you. Now, we don't have much time, so let's get right into it.
Let's do it.
A Promised Land.
He really wants to do
Why
it.
is that the title for your book?
You know, when I think about America. I think about both where we've been, where we might be going. I'm reminded of Dr. King's speech, the famous speech he gave shortly before he got shot about, I might not get there with you, but I've been at the mountaintop and I see the promised land. And I think that idea that we're not where we need to be, but we still act on the faith and the belief that we can get there. That's how I think about America. That's how I think about my own political journey. It's not one where it's ever going to be finished. It's not one where racism is gone or inequality is gone, but we can continually try to do better. And that was the spirit that I wanted to communicate in the book.
You know, you say in the preface that America's ideals have always been secondary to conquest and subjugation, a racial caste system, and that to pretend otherwise is to be complicit in a game that was rigged from the start. So my question is, if the game is rigged and we know the fight is fixed, how could Black people ever believe in this idea of America being a promised land?
Well, what I say in the preface is that that's one argument, and that's how some people feel, and obviously there's evidence of that. Slavery, Jim Crow, Native Americans being driven from their lands. On the other hand, what we also have stories of is abolition and the civil rights movement and folks fighting for their freedom, and each generation passing on a legacy of struggle that results in something a little bit better. And I think that what I try to do, book as a whole, is paint an honest picture about how there's a gap between the myth of America and the reality of America. We'll never completely close that gap, but if we put in the effort, if we stay focused, if we reach out, then we can get closer to the ideal. And one of the lessons I try to teach in the book about politics is it's never going to be perfect. The fact is, we live in a big country with a lot of different points of view. We've got hundreds of years of oppression and discrimination that have to be overcome. We've got, the natural human impulses that you see around the world: greed, power, folks trying to get over on others. But you also see kindness, courage, folks looking out for each other, and a lot of goodness along with the bad. And in politics, the job is not to think that you're ever going to eliminate all the bad. It's can you empower the good to make more kids get a better education, to make sure that some folks have better health care, to make sure that there's less discrimination and that the police are more accountable. And if you do that and you stick with it, the distance that we've traveled, let's say just in my lifetime, we were talking before we got on the air, I'm 59. I don't feel old. And in human history, 59 years is a blink of the eye. None of us would have been sitting here 59 years ago. We couldn't imagine, you guys having your own show that you control and that you produce, and I couldn't imagine being a former president and having a best-selling book. That just wasn't in the cards, and that was just, in my lifetime. And so we can imagine, if we keep working, that maybe our kids, certainly our grandkids, if we do it right, they're going to be that much more ahead of the game. Now, but one thing that we always have to remember is history doesn't just go forward, it can go backwards too. And if we're not vigilant, things can get worse.
President Obama, I wanted to ask you something about Reverend Jeremiah Wright from in your book, because you've addressed it, Michelle Obama has addressed it. Do you think that in today's climate, the comments and the speeches that Jeremiah Wright gave would still be looked at the same way, where you would have had to distance yourself from him today?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, as I write about in the book. Reverend Wright is an example of somebody who, supremely gifted preacher. Trinity United Church of Christ on the south side of Chicago had amazing ministry, still does. And I was very close to a lot of people in that congregation, as well as Reverend Wright. In national politics, if you can take out a bunch of sound bites that say, "Goddamn America," even if the context of it is prophetic and biblical, and he's trying to describe, how somebody might feel, he wasn't promoting the notion that God was damning America. He was making the point that if you looked at slavery and discrimination, you could see the conclusion of people feeling that there was not an alignment with Christian values and America. But if you see a 2-minute soundbite, trying to explain that is too complicated. And part of what I write about is the fact that, I had to, in my campaign, I had to constantly manage the fact that the truths that Black folks experience on a day-to-day basis are not going to be the same as the truths that the country as a whole experience. But if you want to operate at the highest levels of politics, you have to be able to communicate and translate for the country as a whole. And there were times where I was surprised by the reaction of folks generally, white voters, to certain things that to me didn't seem like there was something they should be surprised or upset about. And I suspect attitudes would probably be a little bit different now. And I to give one example that I use in the book, when Professor Skip Gates gets arrested in his own house, I write about the fact that in a press conference I'm asked about it, and I said, well, I think the police probably acted stupidly in arresting, 60-year-old professor who's got a lame leg in his own house after he's shown them ideas. Even if he cussed out the police, all they have to do is just leave, right? And that was treated with all kinds of controversy, and my polling with white voters dropped drastically because the notion is somehow I was insulting the police. I think today, in light of everything that's happened and part of what happened this summer, in terms of raising awareness of potential bias in the criminal justice system, I suspect that that would not have seemed as much of a controversial statement as it was viewed at the time, even though at the time I didn't think it was particularly controversial.
You talk about that in the good fight.
Okay, y'all. Let's just deal with a couple of things that other people haven't brought up about this Breakfast Club bullshit in Obama. There's a woman with the last name Palmer who helped Obama. Obama stabbed her in the back. In fact, let me get Palmer's first name so I can say this sister that helped Obama and he betrayed her. Okay. Let me get this woman's name. I got to get this lady's name. Alice Palmer. First person that Obama took Obama in, her name is Alice Palmer. Black sister that was nice to him. Obama betrayed her. She didn't say goddamn America. She didn't do any of that. Obama's never done anything, never said thank you. He betrayed her. He betrayed her. Willfully, he destroyed her career. Alice Palmer, not a bad person. Thought he was sincere. He screwed her. Before he talk about Jeremiah Wright, let's do another name that y'all may not know. Another person from Chicago, a man named Emil Jones. Another famous or significant black political figure from Chicago who took Obama's ass in, and Obama threw him under the bus. Hey, selfish. What you want, cat? You want to go outside and make a bowel movement? Okay, now my cat needs to take a shit. I think it's contagious. I went and took a shit. Now the cat needs to shit. So they're looking at, and they now our program. May I have about 2 minutes? A 2-minute cat needs to shit break. Say hi, selfish. They need to make a bowel movement. They just ate. May I have 2 minutes? I'll be right back. I'm gonna just walk this cat to the door so they can go out and make a dump on Thanksgiving. And they didn't even get any turkey. Okay, get down, selfish. Oh, now you've changed your mind. Oh, good. Well, let me keep talking. I'm sorry. The cat wants attention. I guess they'll bowel movement later. And that's a trip. Have you ever noticed some cats like hanging around you when you're making a bowel movement? Cats always trying to get in the bathroom while making a bowel movement. And spend time around me all day, man. I thought with that sense of smell, cats wouldn't like to be around people doo-doo. This cat is crazy. They like getting wet. They like smelling doo-doo. I'm going to pray for selfish. She's got a problem. Anyway, he dogged Emil Jones. He dogged Alice Parker. He dogged Jesse Jr. Everybody that's been good to Obama, black, he destroyed. He did what he could do to destroy Jeremiah Wright. So don't tell me about no goddamn America. That was bullshit. The Breakfast Club should have asked him about all the people in Chicago. He did nothing for Chicago. He didn't remember anybody that stood in the gap for him. He's a classic taker, liar, pathological liar, backstabbing coon. M.L. Jones should have got blessed. Alice Parker should have got blessed. Southside Chicago should have got blessed. They ain't get nothing. And I am willing, I'm going to have on my show my activist friends from Chicago who blocked Obama's presidential library from being built. In case y'all don't know, the black community will not allow the construction of Obama's library in Chicago. That should tell y'all something, that how evil and ratchet this man is. I think the average black person wouldn't mind if you honored someone. What is it that's got the community unified with white people in racist ass segregated Chicago to say no to Obama? That's point one. Now, let me get to some more salient shit that you'd have to know someone to know. How many of y'all enjoying this? Because I'm going to go through this shit here. I need to tell you, y'all heard about the church across the street from the White House that got set on fire? Y'all heard about that, right? When Trump went over and stood with the Bible. It's across the street from Lafayette Park. All right. First and foremost, my mom used to work there. Number two, President Obama visited that church. Oh, yes, let's do this. Obama had a minimum of 3 boyfriends. All of them ended up being murdered. Donald Young is the best known. There are 2 others. There's a potential 4th here in D.C. who was also killed, who was screwing Biden and allegedly Obama too. This is what was related to my godbrother who told me this story, 13 years ago. Donald Young's mother came to D.C. to ask Obama what happened to her son. Donald Young was the minister of music for Trinity United Church of Christ in Chicago. I have sat and talked to Jeremiah Wright about Obama. If you don't believe me, if you can find the video, Dred Scott Nation, you'll see a portion where Jeremiah Wright is talking. That's an interview I did with him in December 2014. Okay, Jeremiah Wright was betrayed, stabbed in the back. Obama didn't just, he continued to be unfriendly and cold. Jeremiah Wright is sick today. He had a stroke in 2017. You know Obama's not doing nothing for him. It's not happening. They made his ass. And he betrayed them as he's betrayed us, which is why I don't listen to anybody. I don't give a damn about nobody. And you know what? I could work with Obama having a gay lover. I mean, shit, I can't stop him. It's not like I'm going to hold my hand in front of someone's penis in front of his asshole. I'm going to get out the way. All these people that end up dead. You were the president of the country. You could have the FBI, anybody investigate who murdered those black men. What you guys don't know, when those men were murdered, I believe to hide Obama's personal life, a significant number of people quit Trinity Church because they were angry that the church never went to bat for these 3 gay men that were murdered. If gay matters and the rainbow flag, shouldn't it matter when black homosexuals get murdered? To me, I don't like when black gay folk get murdered. I hate Ed Buckner. I don't care if the black man's a trick. Don't kill him. Help them. Leave them alone. Don't inject them with crystal meth. I don't care. I don't care if they like, if nobody screwed them and nobody gave them drugs and nobody sucked them, they'd have to do something else. I want to say something that there's a gay bathhouse in Chicago called Man's Country that Obama used to hang in, and so did Rahm Emanuel. They knocked that thing down for health reasons just when Obama was supposed to move back to Chicago. Real talk. It's a real place. They had rooms in their name for Obama, or actually the Oral Office and such. This is not my opinion, and I keep telling people this. Eventually, someone's going to discover I'm not lying on people. I don't want to lie on him. I really don't get off to lying. I don't. I want you to see the neon sign. The neon sign. I keep telling people. The neon sign at Man's Country, the little gay bathhouse that Obama used to hang in, that the neon sign, here it is. The neon sign looks a lot like the Obama election symbol. The only difference is it's blue on the top and red on the bottom. Look at this, y'all. I was amazed. His election symbol looks like the neon sign at a homosexual bathhouse. See how the arrow points out at the bottom, except the thing comes out at the bottom on the red, on the symbol. I'm not lying. Let me show y'all. Y'all have forgotten. Niggas don't pay attention to this. Y'all don't pay attention. This blew my mind. I just, God, this looks just like the bathhouse. Look at this. 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 Hold on. Obama campaign logo. On the bathhouse, the blue is on. You see, it's upside down and something sticks out from it. It's very similar. The logo is similar to the bathhouse neon sign I just showed you. All you need to do, I'm going to just tell you so you can find your own thing. I always like for people to disagree because I'm used to dealing with dumb fuck black people who don't read, don't like to read, and don't like anyone that does read, but they know all the answers. You go to Man's Country. Let me tell you how you find this. Man's Country. In Google. And search under images. You'll get the neon sign. You'll get the neon sign. I didn't know. I had a friend that did a book about Obama. And I asked him about the bathhouse. And because I didn't know anything about it, it was that day I looked and I saw the neon sign. I told the guy, have you noticed the neon sign looks like his campaign logo? Then when he looked, we started laughing, saying, damn, they really fucked us. We thought we were getting change and hope. It's the same thing. So we got played. We got lied to. It was a gay thing. Had nothing to do with us. And I'm going somewhere with this. I want you to remember that Obama is a liar. Now, let's do some more. Let's do some more. Now, I was talking about the church across the street from the White House where my mother used to work. Several years ago, 4 years ago, I got a call from a well-known black journalist because people were so mad at black people voting for Trump. And because I had done a program with Bill Clinton's son, Danny Williams, to denounce that bitch Hillary Clinton. No, I can't stand her. I still can't stand her. I don't care who doesn't like me. Damn, all of y'all like her. I didn't vote for her. I voted for Trump in the general. I voted for Trump every time I could. As long as, especially if it dogged her after what she did in Libya, after what she's done in Haiti, I don't give two damns about boule niggas who like Hillary Clinton. Get that off. Believe that. Having said that, the journalist called me basically to attack me for supporting Trump. And I said to him, sir, I'm not a stupid black person. I love black people. I collect books on black people, been to Africa, went to Gorée, the slave castle when I was a teenager. I'm down with black folks. So I said, do you realize that you could actually be a militant, nationalistic black person and support Trump? And it's not because you are, like a I hate black people type conservative, because I'm not like that. And I said to him, sir, you work with Obama. Why do you guys keep fucking lying to black people? You know Obama hates black people's guts. You know he hates black people more than Trump ever could. Why do you guys lie? You're up on these people. You see them. You know they don't even like you. Why are y'all still lying now that Obama's out of office that he was down with black people? And I proceeded to tell him a story about how Obama was nasty to members of Martin Luther King's family when they came to the White House. And how he was angry that Martin Luther King's relatives were in the White House. Real talk, coons. He resented them being there. And I said to him, you know what I'm saying is true. You've seen it too. Why are you lying, brother? I didn't say to you to vote for Trump. I didn't say give up your cherished position, but why do y'all keep lying to the people? Tell us that we don't have nobody, that we need some new leadership. We need to be organized for a coming storm. Tell the truth for once in a while. Said Ida B. Wells could do it. They never got paid what you black journalists get. Y'all never tell the truth about this stuff. I says, I'm more militant than you ever dreamed of being. And you're here questioning me and you're covering up for this fraud, Obama. And I shared with him the story I keep telling everybody. I happened to walk up on Obama in 1988 at the Harvard Law School telling the Federalist Society, people who are against civil rights and voting rights and affirmative action for black people. And him telling these racists how much he hated black people. I heard it with my own damn two ears. And I said to the journalists, there's no damn way when a person hates black people that much that you being around him, that you don't know this shit. And so the journalist paused, then he laughed, and he says, you can never quote me, but let me tell you my story with Obama. The same church that Black Lives Matter set on fire, Obama made a visit to that church early on in his administration. And there were all these black children and people that were so excited about a black president, and people were smiling and beaming and people were happy and wow, we got a black president and he's beautiful and his family's beautiful and he's polished and he's nice and he has love in his heart. And the reporter made the mistake of saying, Mr. President, the people love you. You're more popular than Martin Luther King. Barack Obama had a meltdown. His face got all contorted and he stormed off from his security detail. And the Secret Service approached this man and said, you've got a problem. You need to watch your mouth. And the journalist is like, Did I do something? He says, yes. What? He said, the name. The name. Get Martin Luther King's name out of your mouth if you're going to remain on the White House press detail. And as a professional courtesy, we request that you not write about Obama's reaction to the name Martin Luther King. We all know never to say that in his presence. Segue to this motherfucker on the Breakfast Club, quoting the same Martin Luther King whose guts he hates. Even the mention of his name is offensive to Obama. If you recall, when Obama would give his speeches, he wouldn't even say the man's name. He'd say a Georgia preacher. Go look this shit up. Niggas with your amnesia. The old country preacher, a Georgia preacher, not even say his name. He couldn't bring himself to say Martin Luther King's name. He hates him so much. But now, to sell books to niggas and to try to be down, because when Obama makes speaking events, people don't show up anymore. It's not like it used to be. Obama's trying to remake himself as someone who cares about black folks, because people like me who have tirelessly attacked his punk ass have eventually gotten a few black people to understand that he's a fucked up person and he hates us, really hates us, and hurt us badly. When you see homeless black people in America, Obama refused to give the toxic asset recovery funds to black people who got the subprime loans. There are lots of dumb fuck black women, fat, despicable black women that vote Democratic blindly, who lost their homes because of this nigga that still love him. He didn't fail us by accident. It was a decision to do nothing for black people. Now, let me add something to you so you'll get this. The social secretary, the one that looks like Tweety Bird with glasses, Valerie Jarrett, who's probably a lesbian, told Obama, don't do anything for black people so you can get a second term. It is a lie that Obama tried. It was a policy thing to completely ignore and neglect us. That was a deliberate decision to betray and hurt. Okay? That's one. We have to remember that. Now, let's do Henry Louis Gates. I'm a Harvard graduate. I'm not tripping off that. I'm just trying to tell you. Henry Louis Gates and people like that don't give two damns about black people. That's one. Okay. Number two, where Henry Louis Gates lives off of Brattle Street or Harvard Square it's like an exclusive area with almost no blacks in it, and the people are racist and so forth and so forth. But I'm going to tell you something. The Boston and police, Cambridge police are not, they're liberal, it's not a super racist situation with the cops typically. Harvard University police, yes. Valerie Jarrett's father was not a pro-black professor. Valerie Jarrett's people are the ones that were slumlords. You can't be pro-black and come from a slumlord family. I'm sorry, Jerry. Nope. Slumlords. Slumlords. And also, possibly CIA connected. They work with those crooked Jewish Pritzkers. Yes, they did. And her father did research on sickle cell anemia. I wonder if they worked on blood or gene diseases that could be used on black people. I don't believe. So no, Valerie Jarrett doesn't. The family has never. By the way, they're significantly Jewish, and I think they're more Jewish leaning So no, they're not for us. Never been for us. Valerie Jarrett married a black journalist in the Jarrett, and I don't even think the marriage lasted 10 years. You never remarried. One kid. Mm-mm. These aren't, I'm sorry. They're out of New Orleans. A bunch of these high yellow Creole type people who couldn't give a damn about black people. She doesn't give a damn about us. And that comes from her family. She was born in Iran. They don't dig us. There are some light-skinned folks who hate black folks' guts. They are light-skinned and some of the dark, and they come from families. I mean, my mom's family, part of our cousins, they're retarded because they marry their own cousins. Okay, you want to go outside, cat? I'm sorry, my cat needs to do a doo-doo run. Let me put Obama back on so we have something happening, right? I'm sorry, this cat, I mean, they must have really gotten down on some food up there. Let me put Ofaga back on. And I don't care if y'all get mad. I really don't give a damn if I'm making you angry. I really don't give a damn. Grow up. Grow a pair. This is reality. The reason that, you know what I like about Jews? It may have taken the Holocaust, but some of them got a clue. Black people don't like reality. How are you going to solve your problem if you don't deal with reality?
Fight chapter, the Henry Louis Gates situation. But you also say that wouldn't have happened to a white person in the same situation. But at the same time, you said you wish you had have said that then, but you didn't. So when we bite our tongue in situations like that, who are we trying to protect?
Well, look, one of the things that
come on, let's make our bomb.
That I try to communicate in this book is what's the best way to expand folks' understanding, right? Where do you see teachable moments? And there have been times where, for example, the tragedy in Charleston, when Reverend Pinckney and others who were praying and invited a young white man in to pray with them, he then shoots them. He's obviously, his head's been filled up with racist ideology. That was a teachable moment where I could say some things that I might not have said in another context. And part of what I also try to describe in the book is the fact that the prophetic voice that you have, if you are a civil rights leader, if you're a Malcolm, if you're a Martin, is not going to be the same voice as if you're a politician. Because politicians, the whole thing is, I've got to figure out how do I get this white senator from this conservative state to maybe support this bill. That's different from me teaching as a civil rights leader or a movement leader. And each of us have different roles to play in that process. And I think that as one of my staff people I write about in the book when I'm running, he says, white folks, they notice you don't look like the other 42 folks that have been president. They're noticing this is already a radical break for them. And in the same way that Jackie Robinson, there were times where if he hadn't been the first.
Okay, the cat is going to get the bowel movement on. Back to Henry Louis Gates. Henry Louis Gates is a coon. My favorite teacher from Harvard died, I think, within the last year. I'll put his name up. You can look him up. The very first Black tenured faculty person at Harvard was named Dr. Martin L. Kilson. He died either 2019 or 2000. I think he died last year. In the last time that I spent with Dr. Kilson many years ago, he told me what a coon, what a sellout Henry Louis Gates was. And that's saying something for Martin Kilson. If I were to do his voice, let me do his voice for you. And this is a quote that Martin Kilson told me. And he said, short. I don't know what to say about Gates. The nigga thinks that civil rights is going to just fall out the sky. He thinks that black mobilization, black activism is irrelevant. That white people are just going to let black people make it in society. He's a short. It's ridiculous. The nigga's a fool. He's a fool, Short. Me and Cornel West, we try to push on him, push him to the left. But Short, they're just coons. That nigga ain't gonna do nothing for nobody. He's here fucking the white girl, Short. He's an entrepreneur. He's not for black people. That's what my mentor told me. That he didn't think black people had to struggle anymore. There was no more racism. Black people just need to fit in. This is what Gates was saying to his black colleagues. Cornel Weston was saying, come on, man, there's still racism, right? This is a kind of bullshit. And yet, Gates is, as he said, Short, Gates, he's chasing that white pussy, Short. He wants a white booty, man. That nigga is some raunchy motherfucker getting some pussy, Short. And I'm just telling you what they said to me, right? Gates is a coon, a consummate coon. Now, having said that, the president of the Harvard Foundation was a black man who would be harassed by the Harvard University police. As a former Harvard student, the Harvard University police dogged black people all the time. Henry Louis Gates has never said a fucking thing about it. They always did it. The truth of what happened with Henry Louis Gates is he had already planned to write a book. And when this situation happened, he got a bright idea. Because once he showed that white police officer his ID, I like that white police officer. I don't like Henry Louis Gates. The white officer saw his ID and immediately left. What Obama just told you is a fucking lie. He did not arrest Henry Louis Gates in his home. The officer, for all the black people we've seen murdered over and over and over again by police, especially when Obama's faggot ass was president, where the officers, like they shot the couple in Cleveland, they shot into the car 140 times. All the people, they're just the horrific murders by race soldiers across this country when that nigger was president. That same nigger, Obama, stopped the bureaus of prisons from counting the numbers of people that were murdered or died under suspicious circumstances, which is in the thousands in prisons across this country. Obama did this. But he gets a little bit of nuts for Skip Gates, Boule member Skip Gates. The white officer, unlike all the other killer officers that got off during Obama's tenure, this gentleman walked away, and Henry Louis Gates came up running behind, cursing and talking and selling wolf tickets to an officer of the law. You cannot do that. But sit down and think about black folks who've been shot in their cars, shot when handcuffed, shot complying with the police, that have never been punished, jailed, or given a death penalty. And this gentleman who's walking away has someone coming and cursing and talking about someone's mother. Who wouldn't have beat that man's ass? The cop did not beat him. The cop arrested him, took him to jail, did not manhandle him. You mean to tell me if you went up on anyone and started talking about people's mothers and all this, that someone wouldn't want to swing on you? Henry Louis Gates was not the director of African American research when I was at Harvard. He came just as I was leaving. There was a Jewish guy, I think his name was Werner Soler. The African American Studies Department was in complete shambles when I was there, dominated by Coons and Zionists. Fact. Now, so Henry Louis Gates was the worst example of who Obama should have spoken out in terms of police misconduct or perceived misconduct. The white people were righteously angry with Obama about this one. The officer was walking away. They did not walk away from Breonna Taylor. They did not walk away from George Floyd. They did not walk away from black folk who've been murdered. They did not walk away from Big Mike. They did not walk away from Eric Garner. They did not walk away from Sandra Bland. All of these instances are Akai Gurley. They did not walk away from these people. All of these people were murdered on Obama's watch. He barely talked about it. They did not walk away from my cousin, Freddie Gray. I claim him as a cousin because the Grays come from they're from Southern Maryland and they're from Wilson, North Carolina. I got family both places. Tamir Rice, they didn't walk away. Obama didn't put their names in his mouth. He put that boule nigger who didn't get hurt. Yeah, I know about Valerie Jarrett's father, sickle cell. I'm suspicious. I believe that sickle cell was used to create AIDS, Mr. Carr. I do. There's some link between sickle cell and AIDS. When has the government all of a sudden been concerned about things that hurt black people or make black people sick? I refuse to apologize. I don't care. Prove to me I'm wrong. History says that people could care less whether we live or die. Why would you, on one hand, be concerned about sickle cell and you put this abortion in? Mass incarceration, war on drugs, all these illegals and flood the country. Bullshit. They didn't care about sickle cell. And there's not a cure for sickle cell yet. It's bullshit. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. I don't believe it until I see it, okay? And so, yes, they'll use black scientists. And I need to remind people, the Tuskegee syphilis experiment was managed by black doctors at Tuskegee. Yes, they will. They're using black doctors. All our punk ass sellout, no good, fucked up black doctors who are being silent about this COVID and that it's a bioweapon that attacks your testicles on black men and all this other stuff. And they're not talking about the vaccines that aren't safe. All of this is happening. Where the fuck are black doctors? I don't respect them. I had a doctor try to embarrass me over hydroxychloroquine, and I dogged that nigga on the radio. I asked him, when did doctors start criticizing drugs? You should be more concerned about getting free trips and vacations and free samples. When did y'all start attacking drugs? Just curious. What did you say your name was? You know that nigga hung up. Punk ass nigga doctors. These people never speak up. They never stand up. black professional boule folks are the enemy. And it's not because I'm anti-doctors. Dr. Sebi was good. I know naturopathic doctors, they're legit. They make a difference. These other people, they just want to make money just like they're nothing but pushers with white coats on, a bunch of them. Sorry ass black doctors, a bunch of them full of shit. Liars. And Obama's a liar. And Obama didn't have to say anything about Skip Gates. Obama did that because they boule, and they probably both Masons and whatever else they belong to. And saying the officer acted stupidly, he didn't need to say that. All he had to do is say, I need further research. It's interesting. Obama did not have an opinion when Dr. Gosnell murdered 16,000 black babies. He had no opinion. 16,000 dead babies that were born and then their spinal cord cut with scissors doesn't give him an opinion. But a fellow boule member that mouths off at a police officer and gets arrested like he's supposed to according to the law, that upsets him. That's some elite nigger shit. They don't care about the rest of us. I told my movement grandfather, C.T. Vivian, when he called me to complain about it, and he was talking about Skip Gates, and he was listening, and you know what happened on the phone? He was just telling me about how Skip Gates had been treated. And you know what he heard from me? He heard silence. And he said, Randy, you've gotten silent. I said, you noticed. And I told him, fuck that coon. I wish a cop had beat his ass. Give a dent in his head to match his fucked up leg. These people don't care a damn about us. All these other people dying all over the country. So, I don't give a damn. We shouldn't give a damn. The biggest fear that these people have is that more conversations like this one take place that are informed. So, Skip Gates didn't deserve a break. He should have got his ass beat. It would have been good for him. Because he wrote a book and got paid. And I'm thinking about all the people who've only gotten funeral bills when their children have been murdered for nothing. Skip Gates, had he been decent, would have given some of that money off his book to help some of these families that have been victimized by police violence. He'd even give some money to niggas that get beat and traumatized by the police up in Boston. They do. They dog niggas up in Boston. It's real talk. I don't ever go up there. If I never go back, I don't care. Okay? Real talk. Boston, that's real shit. I told y'all the other night. Went to see it at the Anita Baker thing. The guy told us he's going to shoot us for just being there. Not just, I'll kill you. I'll shoot you right here. I believe the Nassau Irish cop. I believe when they say they're going to shoot your ass in Boston, they really fucking mean it. They're phonies. They're phonies. They're phonies. They're well-placed window dressing phonies. And the words of that ugly Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor's, when they were talking, Sandra Day O'Connor's, I was talking about affirmative action. She said that it is important that the elite have some diversity for self-preservation, something to that effect. In other words, it's in the interest of the ruling classes that you at least see one or two blacks that made it. If you see no blacks that make it, it clearly highlights and delineates the disparity. So you need some tokens like Gates. But I'll tell you something. Try to buy some food with tokens. A token represents the substance of money, but it's not. Go up to a prostitute and offer her some Chuck E. Cheese tokens. See if her pimp doesn't come and kick your ass. Real talk, coons. Now let's put old faggot back on. I want to listen to this nigga lie. And we're going to go through this. I just want to have this conversation. And I want to say to you that Obama's a liar. And Obama started trying to get sympathy like he's the first black person there. Motherfucker, you knew that when you ran. You'd be the first black person up there. Do you know, and I have this on high account, there were white people begging Obama to do more for black people. And he elected not to do it. There were white people like, do something for blacks. Damn. They couldn't get him to do it. He never had it in him to give. Let me tell you something. I learned something. Sometimes you might do something for somebody, and that person wants to pay you. They either, let's say they don't have much, but they may give you $2 or $3 or $4 just to say, excuse me, that what you did mattered. I appreciate it. I don't have much, but would you take 20? There's certain people who wouldn't give you one if they had $1 million in their pocket. And there's some people who may only have $15 and will offer you 10 or the whole 15 because they, in their heart, they want to give. Obama's a taker. He wanted to take our moral capital for his own benefit and to give us nothing. And now he's coming back, talking about how hard it was. He's a liar. He's a pathological liar. When he was in Chicago, he did nothing for his constituents. Nothing. Before there was a Mitch McConnell, I'm sorry. Before there was a Mitch McConnell or a Ryan, Obama did not do anything for black people in Chicago and has never done anything for people in Chicago. Well, when he got out and he had all this money, they gave $1 million, whatever. But damn, you could have given hundreds of millions when you were president. Keep your own money. Let me tell you something about Obama before I move on. Let me say something to you. For all of you people who know anything about Africa, you know, in African culture, your father's sister, your aunt, is as important, if not more so, than your mother in African culture. Okay, the alleged Kenyan who's Obama's father, which I don't believe, his sister lived in slum housing or public housing in Boston in poverty when Obama was in the White House. When she died, his brother, supposedly his brother, this other Obama, reached out to Obama and says, brother, we've got to send our mom back to Kenya. And Obama's, oh, okay, what's up? Oh, hey, what's up? I'm sorry about it. Sorry about the loss. He said, we need to send her body back to Kenya. And the price was about $25,000 to ship the body back. Obama, who's a rich man, turned the family down flat. No, it's too much money. Let me just say something to you guys. If someone came and asked me for $25,000, I do not have it. However, when you're president of the United States, you're commander-in-chief of the military. We've got military bases in Kenya. They could have put Obama's aunt on a U.S. military transport and taken it to Kenya. And folks would have been happy to do that for the president. Obama wouldn't do it. That's how he wouldn't do anything for the woman that embraced him as a son. He had the money. If he didn't want to spend his money, he could have used the government's money. If he didn't want to use the government's money, he could have said, I can't do this because it'll look like I'm corrupt. But anybody that likes me, just tell some of his donors, can you help me get my aunt's body back to Kenya? He didn't do it because he didn't care to. He's done nothing for his family in Kenya, but he has done stuff for his Indonesian family, his white Indonesian, they get. The black ones, the Soteros get. The Obamas don't get shit. I don't think he's Kenyan. I think his father is the bisexual pornographer communist Frank Marshall Davis. So, to me, when you won't do for your own family, when you won't do for people who have shown love for you, why would you do for us? And I watch this, and that's why I'm very irreverent, and I curse and I dismiss niggas that try to say, I'm not asking him to save black people. Help your fucking aunt. Do something, anything. Write a check, give a percentage. Say, hey, look, I'm going to give this money to the United Way of Boston, and they're going to kick it to you, and I can write it off as taxes. Didn't do it. And if you know the Kenyan brother who voted for Trump, some of them doubt whether Obama's actually related to them or not. He dogged them. He dogged them. He's a user. He's a liar. Manchurian candidate, whatever you want to call him. Okay? He's a user, liar, thief, and we're a sorry ass collection of people that someone can do this. And yet I know significant black people who served their whole lives to help black folks, and they're forgotten, overlooked, ignored, because our people are all into celebrity and name, appearance. That's why a lot of niggas get fucked up. They look at someone that looks good, they want to fuck them, it's a trans. You should get a sense of what a damn woman is, man. All that switching and excess. No woman has to carry herself. Why would a man be turned on with some tight ass clothes? You can tell that some of these people are trans. Even when they look very good, there's something that says, not a woman. You're working too hard. A real woman is natural. A black drag queen who's mutilated his genitalia to pass himself off as a woman has to try to draw attention to him that a natural woman doesn't have to. The natural woman has a spiritual presence. A drag queen that has had their genitalia mutilated knows deep down inside they're not a woman, so they have to work it and finesse it. And they're men that just see booty and tits and a big ass. And then when it turns out the motherfucker has a nut sack, then you want to kill the person. It's your degenerate ass that can't tell a tranny from a real woman. You can feel it. Women have a feel. Even if it's a bad woman, you can tell it's a woman. I mean, I had a trans trying to hit on me. This just feels like a dude. And then a lot of y'all want trans. A lot of brothers really do want to fuck a man, but they don't want to be seen as gay. They hear so much about fucking an ass until they find a way to get it. Then they worry about the trans that they screwed, telling everybody how they got into it. Then they have to kill the person to try to hide the fact that their ass is deviant. Okay? Anyway, let's go back to the Breakfast Club. I might... And let me see, we're going to run this, man, we're doing a marathon today, but, you know, and I'm going to go back to reading, but I had to do this damn Breakfast Club. And y'all know I can't stand Obama. I couldn't pass up on this. Let me see.
First, he would have whooped on somebody who's coming in sliding with spikes at him or otherwise trying to injure him.
He's comparing himself to Jackie Robinson.
Some things that
Jackie Robinson was a fighter. He did what he could. You did not do what you could do, you lying bitch ass nigga.
The next African American president will not have to be.
There's not going to be another one.
Things that you're constantly having to measure and and make decisions.
You have to measure and make decisions. Hold it.
Talk about your relationship with your wife.
Hold on. We don't want to hear about him and his wife. That's some beard shit. Do you really get that Obama was constantly trying to measure how to do the best thing for black people when he was in office? Do you get the sense that he said, well, maybe I can do this, but I can't do that? And what was it that he could do for black people in 8 years? Do you know something? Come on, someone tell me where Obama took a risk to do something for black people. Point out one thing. Let's look at where he could have done something where people are black. In Haiti, earthquake, the whole world was like, damn, all these people. Obama prevented for many, many hours people from getting to Haiti while tens of thousands of people died. Obama let the Israeli military come in and cut the corneas off the eyes and cut out the organs of Haitian people. Obama let the Israelis in to mutilate Haitians. I may be a black American, but I have Haitian roots. I can never forgive Obama. I don't care who. If all of y'all support Obama, I don't give a fuck. I will never. I was in Libya. You're talking about Flint. Let's before Flint. George Bush, whether you like him or not, put money on Katrina. When Obama got into office, he continued initially the same lame-ass money that Bush put on the table, and then he quietly cut it. Ask the people in New Orleans. Obama discontinued the money that Bush gave. For HBCUs, Obama cut the money that Bush gave. The money that he gave to Flint wasn't even for 2 years. He cut it off. They weren't even finished. Obama hates black people. I heard him say it with my own ears. And I've been saying this on formats all over the world. Nobody from Obama's has ever tried to sue me. Because if I was taken to court and you found out that Obama became president of the Harvard University Law Review because he got with white people who didn't believe black folks should have civil rights, it would pull the whole fucking house of cards down. If I were dragged into court and then we could open up the Harvard Law Review and we could find out if it's true, but this was a rumor. I'm going back to the 80s, baby. Is it true that Obama was removed from being head of the law review because he couldn't keep his paws off of the white boys on staff? See, they won't bother me. They'll kill me before they take me to court. I would love to have an opportunity to expose some of these motherfuckers. Fuck these coons. Go back and look. Obama's records are all sealed. Everything is sealed. I mean, a nun's pussy ain't as sealed as Obama's info. You can't get anything on him. So they've deliberately, and this is like some CIA shit, people who know can't prove it because you can't access the information. Why did he rig it like that? Because he has something to hide. I want to do something else that Obama could have done to help black people. First of all, let the people in Haiti die. He let the people in Libya die. He let the people in Ivory Coast die. He let the black people in Colombia die. He took down the government in Brazil that was trying to improve the life for black people. Yes, he fucking did. In West Papua, his Indonesian Asian relatives are making money off of a genocide of black people in West Papua. His government, the Obama government, also let mass murder go on in Sudan and in Congo. Sure it did. Yes, it did. It allowed Black people to be dispossessed in the Dominican Republic, Haitian folks being persecuted. All kinds of horrific things happened to Black people that Obama could have said, nope. And yet y'all don't see this. Bush gave tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars to help fight AIDS in Africa. Obama cut the money for people in Africa. Obama, you mentioned Somalia, it's true. Obama got the Kenyans to go in and start killing Somalis. Obama had drones that are bombing and killing Africans as well as people in Pakistan. Obama sided with the racist Brahmin Indian government that kills the Black Indians. Tony, you need to be contemporary. Obama had program against Somalia as well. So incorrect, Tony. It was Bush, Clinton, and Obama that did things in Somalia. Obama in 2013 initiated a thing to militarize the Sahel, targeting the Fulani as a hate group, as a hateful Islamic group, to create wars in 17 countries in Africa. And what they do, not provide aid or resources, but provide weapons for the governments to kill their own people. With Obama, the number one export in terms of medicine to Africa is a cancer-causing Depo-Provera, which is part of all of sub-Saharan African countries' family planning programs. And we can go on and on and on. He messed over Zimbabwe with Susan Rice. So let's listen to some more. I don't want to hear about him and his wife. I want to get to when they ask him about race, because we're going to stop in about 30 minutes. Okay, I'm just telling y'all what is. I'm just so tired of, oh yes, I mentioned Ebola. Obama allowed Ebola to be released in Africa. It killed thousands of people. If you saw the program that I did, I denounced Obama. Within a month of me denouncing Obama, they shut down the program for Ebola. But right after I got back to the United States, they stole my money, they detained me, they harassed me for years after that. I still don't respect him. I don't care. Fuck him. They have no right to murder us. And yes, a lot of Black colleges, in particular, St. George College, which my family helped establish in the late 1870s, down in Lawrenceville, Virginia. I have there's nothing you can do for me in Obama. That's one thing you want to get into a fight with me. Fuck Obama. Everybody in West Africa is tired of Fulani's butt, sir. Obama made certain that the weapons that Gaddafi had were given to the Fulani to create problems throughout Africa. And I don't hate Fulani, although I see reckless shit they do, but you've got to understand something, Mr. Ndangbe. My people are significantly House of Fulani. So get tired of me too. I'm not into African tribal shit. So if you hate the Fulani and the Hausa, you hate me too. I can't help who I am, dude. This is what I am. Shit. Obama helped start the war in Yemen. There are 15 million Black people being starved to death by a war Obama started. I left that out. There's so much to hate him for, okay? Let me see.
You were in a long-term contest, and there were going to be ups and downs at any given time. But that if you kept your eye on the ball, that you know, sooner or later you can prepare.
You know, in the Yes We Can chapter, You discussed how you were frustrated with the constant need to soften for white folks' benefit the blunt truths about race in this country.
That's able to sort this out because we never doubted each other. I do. I think she can get more pessimistic sometimes about that. Pretty good about the fact that even when employment or what have you, you just had to remind. We couldn't play. We couldn't play in the White House. We had a regular game. Reggie had his crew. Although who was a baller was Arnie Duncan, who actually played in the All-Star game a couple times. And
he's talking about Arnie Duncan, the one who's for privatizing all the schools, closing all the schools down in the black neighborhoods.
And a lot of times though, you would just try to take the long view in dealing with frustrations. If Mitch McConnell and the Republicans were blocking something for no reason, if they were playing games that actually had real consequences in terms of people being able to get health care or be able to get some relief.
I need to tell y'all something. Something that Obama could have done to help black people instead of what he did for Skip Gates. In 2009, a white gentleman that worked for Homeland Security put a report out showing that white supremacists, white terrorists, and all these people were joining police departments across the country to wage war on black people. Obama suppressed the report. Hundreds, thousands of black people have been beaten, abused, tortured, given unfair tickets, fines, all of that. Even people seizing folks' cars and all this other kind of stuff that they were doing. On Obama's watch, Obama let the Nazis and other terrorists get deep into the police departments all over the country. Obama empowered Nazis and racial terrorists to kill us. He can't do shit for me. That's something he could have done to help black people. This specifically targeted black folks. The office was there, the Homeland Security, the impetus was there, and Obama elected, don't help black people. And see, the black folks were being targeted for hate by white people because Obama's in the White House. They supported you, so they kill us for voting for him, right? And he's got the position to protect, and he allowed them to kill us. Unforgivable. No, it wasn't put out under Bush. Do your research. Do your research. I'm going to ignore questions when people don't know what they're talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. It came out in 2009. Bush wasn't president in 2009. Predatory lending, all of that. By the way, under Obama's watch, they didn't allow people to get rid of credit card debt. Under Obama's watch, they stopped letting people go bankrupt with student loans. How many black people have been destroyed by that? Obama could have done a moratorium on home foreclosures. Look at Donald Trump not letting people get evicted. And Donald Trump is all pro-business. Obama's our man. Obama's cool. How many black people got set out? How many thousands of black people? Obama lied in this video. You can go and look up the article. There were 50,000 black people being kept in jail who had completed their terms. Eric Holder fought to keep them in jail. Kamala Harris kept people in jail on Obama's watch when he was president who had fulfilled their time. People, if they don't remember, it's their problem. I do remember. And it's a crime for us to be so stupid to not remember things from one year to the next. That's how they manage people. If we truly had mental and intellectual discipline, you can remember from one decade to the next. The way they control black folks is they can't retain shit for 1 week and got 1 trillion questions. How do you remember 1 trillion questions and you can't remember one fact? And why is it that truth tellers that know what they're talking about have to prove every fucking thing to black people? And yet black folks that don't know shit don't believe anybody that does know. But if I'm a white person on television reading off a teleprompter, everything they say is a gospel truth. It's fucking ridiculous. So I mean, Mike Dick Gregory, I see why he cuts people out all the time. He knows the Homeland Security shit. You can Department of Homeland Security. You just look it up. You'll find it. It's been out there. This story came out 2-3 years ago. And there's been no response from people like Rollover Martin. None of them. Or April Ryan. All these people, they don't ever notice that shit. They notice everything about Trump and nothing about Obama. That's amazing to me. Dislike everybody, if you please, but investigate everyone. They won't do it. We could sit here and talk for a couple of hours about stuff I don't like about Trump. I'm willing to do it. But you know what? I can't get anybody black that supported Biden to talk for 1 minute negative about what Biden's about. Isn't that amazing? And it's such a stupid mentality that either one person has to be Jesus and the other person's the devil. Homeland Security, last thing I'm going to say, under Donald Trump, a lot of black folks have gotten jobs all over the country because they can no longer just hire all these illegals. Obama, catch and release. They would catch them and let them go. They're being burned out of their apartments in Chicago back when Obama was president. I'm sorry, burned out of their apartments in Los Angeles. There are thousands of people who are in jail in California for hate crimes against blacks. Trump has been deporting them. Obama let them stay. Black people are not the majority in this country, but we're more than 10, 12%. I would think that black people are something like maybe 20% of the population in this country. I would say that. Obama is from a CIA family. Obama is not who you think he is. Obama is a cutout. He is a Manchurian candidate, as someone asked earlier. And they knew that they could use dumbass black people who wouldn't ask any questions to do this. Let me go back and watch this sorry ass nigga that y'all love so much. Damn, I can't stand it. Damn it.
Relief from unemployment or what have you. You know, you just had to remind yourself that you were in a long-term contest, and there were going to be ups and downs at any given time. But that if you kept your eye on the ball, that you know, sooner or later.
He kept his eyes on the ball.
In the Yes We Can chapter, we discuss how you were frustrated with the constant need to soften for white folks' benefit the blunt truths about race in this country. Do you still feel the need to do that after the last 4 years we witnessed?
Well, I think we're all a little bit more open and aware. And one of the things that I was really in the wake of tragedy was the response after George Floyd's murder. Because what you saw was not only people of all walks of life out there protesting, it wasn't just black folks.
What about Baltimore, Ofaga? What about Ferguson, Ofaga? What about people protesting in 50 major U.S. cities on one weekend over Trayvon Martin, Obama? He's a fucking liar. Look at how he dodged that. You had all these protests going on when that nigga was president. You mean he gets heartened when he sees this when Trump is president, but when you're president, motherfucker, you didn't do anything? Let me tell you something. Obama and them had consent decrees with Ferguson, which messed over black people. Do you know that Obama's Justice Department didn't ask for one penny one motherfucker Ferguson for black victims? Not 1 cent. I don't want Obama to be, excuse me, a brother or sister. I don't claim Obama, but Obama just might be. Obama is connected to black lynching. If you think his father's George Marshall Davis, which I think he is, I think Obama is a coon, a traitor, and we have traitors. We do. And the problem with black people is that we're the only people that allow traitors to flourish. We forget the people who sacrifice. Within the last 2 weeks, one of the very last people of the French resistance, I'm talking about going back to World War II, the group is called the Maquis. The Free French movement, one of the last people died. He was about 100 years old. The French still revere the people who stood up to the Germans almost 80 years later. Niggas can't remember from 1 week to the next who's got their back or who tells the truth. We're very, very, very shallow people. We lack morality. We lack ethics. We lack principles. We're religious, but we're not principled. It's very obvious, and because these things do not happen to people who have strong values. To move forward, Mr. Fletcher, you have to at least understand what has happened. My suggestion to everyone watching this, get a gun, know how to use a gun, buy seeds. If you've got any friends or family that can pull together, buy some land so you can grow some food for yourself. It's a lot of bullshit that black people's farm acres are shrinking. No, black folks can buy the land in this country before it becomes too expensive. I live in the future, Mr. Fletcher, and what I'm talking about Obama's right now. I'm dealing with right now. Right now, the answer that black people must decide, not everybody, because certain people are useless, is what can you do institutionally, personally, and in groups to empower yourself? Can you get some solar power? Can you get access to water? Can you develop some space that you can live on, that you can defend and own? This is what we have to look at. And as for people, I'm a part of a cooperative of black farmers. I'm working with farmers to try to figure out what we can do to get food, sell it, so forth. That's what I'm doing. What kind of business can you establish? Can you find like-minded black people to work with? You don't need many. Get a garden, get a farm, get some resources. What could you do? Can you collect food? Could you website? Russellville Urban Garden. That's the main group that look for them. It's in Kentucky, and I'm trying to help other people connect. I'll be working with other folks around farming and do what I can do. Each black family should at least own an acre or two of land. Each family, pool in, buy it. Jesus Christ, I like that you grow food and weed in LA and Compton. I love that. I want to grow hemp, and I'm going to learn how. I've got a friend that's a farmer that already grows it. I sell hemp products. I will expand on that. We need to get into business, sell stuff that people need. Make something, clothing, something. Kotex. I mean, trust me, you could make better Kotex than the poisonous shit that they're selling in the stores. We have to find a way to disengage as much as we can from everything that we need coming from people who do not like us. We need to get into a defensive position. If we can work with specific people that are vetted on the African continent, in the Caribbean or Latin America, we should do it. Not all Africans, but we should think about that. I'm not saying necessarily leave America, but a group of us could find people who do farming. I know people that have land or whatever. Let us look at where we could go that's reasonably stable, as fucked up as Africa is. And if we pool pennies, literally dimes, nickels, you could buy some property in some place like Liberia or certain places, buy it, use it, figure out what you can do with it. It's doable. We just have to do it. Learn another language. Learn Portuguese in particular. We could talk to Brazilians. That's a big ass country full of black people. And a lot of them have money. And they're moving. They're waking up. They're going to overtake us. As hard as that is to believe, as backward as our asses are. We're ahead of most people. And don't devote any energy to niggas that don't want it. Okay? Let's assume that 75% of niggas are never going to get it. Focus in on the 25% where they might. I don't want everybody on my platform. As I said, I'd be happy with 5,000, 10,000. A million people would probably, God bless Tariq Nasheed. How do you deal with a million niggas with questions? I don't know how people do mega churches. Give me a good core of people. That's the other thing. For all of you, and I'm only speaking to my religious group, quit going to churches. Terrence Fletcher, we have to become the gangs. I work with ex-gangsters. I love them. They're cool. It's the coons I hate. I like gangs. My problem is they fight the wrong people. We can do this. I have a brother who has the Robert Williams self-defense group. I will have people that know about self-defense. I'm not an expert in that area, but let us do what we can do. We can help one another. We can eat better. There's so much that we could do. We could stop listening or watching anything that doesn't edify us. Cut it off. Black Brazilians are our most natural allies in the world. They're black people who've caught hell who live in a big country. They aren't African, although they're significantly African in terms of ancestry. They are like us, Aboriginal and African mixes with a little white thrown in. They are power if we work together. I'm not talking about everybody, but if some of us work together on some small things, it would make a big difference. I have a friend. He's a Mozambican farmer. He has land. If we find African farmers, we can become producers. Africa is going to have 5 billion people. That's going to be the world's consumer market. Whoever has a foothold on the African continent that's producing, in particular food or whatever essentials, will be rich. We don't have to live there, but we can work with people that are there, provided we control stuff. Oh, yes, we can. And we should also control what is here. America is always going to be important, whether we think so or not. Now let's go back to Ofaga. And I don't live in the past, even though I study history. I'm not obsessed with the past. I'm very future-oriented. I don't sit up saying, Africa has 2 billion people, they're going to have 5 or 6 billion. That's what this COVID shit's about. They thought it was going to kill a bunch of Africans. Psych. It backfired, okay? They're gonna probably try to make one that hurts black people. We need to start learning about herbs and medicine. I mean, Dr. Sebi has disciples. I wish I'd got to know Dr. Sebi better, but there's plenty of material out here. Okay, I think you like that name, Ofaga. We need to keep saying that. We need to change his name to what we want to call him. He betrayed us. We should call him anything we want to call him. Okay, let's go back to this. Forgive me for interrupting his bitch ass.
But when you looked at the polling, you actually saw that by a significant number, many more white Americans were willing to acknowledge problems in the criminal justice system based on race.
Why do we have to wait on them, though?
Why do we have to wait on them?
We can speak our truth to power.
You know, what this comes down to is what I said earlier, which is how do you build coalitions to actually get stuff done?
So we need them.
Because the truth of the matter is that in very few places are African Americans a majority of the vote.
He's talking about vote this Democratic
It's
stuff.
just simple math.
Hold on, Fag. There's a song we sing in church. We used to sing in church. It goes like this. Without God, I could do nothing. Without God, my life would fail. Without God, life would be rugged like a ship without a sail. Right? Obama's singing this coon song without white folk. Blacks are nothing. Without white folks, blacks would fail. Without white folks, black life is impossible, like a ship without a sail. When you hear these people talk, we almost need white folks like a person with CPD need oxygen, like a person with emphysema needs an oxygen tank. We need to hold on to white folks as if it's life. Life comes from white people, not from the Almighty, not from the Most High, but from cooperation with white folks who tend to be communist, gay, liberal, racist. We need to be with them, up under them somehow, and they'll recognize us and they'll want us. Bullshit. Fucking liar. He's a self-hating coon. I don't want to believe in other people. Why should I have to? I don't want Asians or anyone to believe in me. Believe in the Most High and believe in the friends and family and the people that you share values with. What Obama just said is that you've got to go to the man for everything. I've got to. You can't do it without the man. You know, I was working for public television, and I helped work on a documentary on Africa. And one of the high-ranking black people in the company who was in the documentary never, when many people praised the work I did, it took every single solitary white person there praising me before the black person would even acknowledge I had done a good job. They needed to see every white person praised before they'd risk it, even if they thought it was good. It's like black people having to go to Europe to make it in music. Black people having to leave because they can't get it here. Why are we basing everything on folks? You know, why? James Brown proves you don't need white people to like your music to make it. Hip hop proves you can get them to like what you start out with. Why are we running after people like we need every drop of poop that falls out their ass to make it? It's not just the white man's ice is colder, the white man's God. He's the sunshine, he's the rain. It's insane. We don't need to be in a coalition with anyone. Why not be in a coalition with ourselves, as diverse as our asses are? Be careful. They're always saying that. Well, and the minute you form a coalition, you have to give up your central focus. And you know what? If they're better organized and better funded, like the gays and everyone else, you end up working to advance other people and to hold your own group back. I don't want to do coalitions. I don't want to beg other people. I want to work with either myself or friends and just get it. Why can't we do this? These Somalis and all these other people that come to this country don't run after white people. They don't. You mean we're 60, 70 million people? We can't do anything? Black folks can't make condoms? Black folks can't make toilet paper? Black folks can't make clothes? Black folks can't make pies? We can't do anything? Then we should all fucking commit suicide because we're useless. Either we're able or we're not able as a totality. Anyone saying that we must have someone else is basically calling for what's a simulation. A simulation is basically a cultural extermination of one people by another. This is what Obama's saying. We don't need anyone. I don't need anyone to wipe my ass. Neither do any of you. And I don't need to wipe the next person's ass in hopes that mine will get wiped one day. Fuck all that. That's some baby boomer shit. And I mean, I know Obama is a boomer. He's one of the late boomers. He's a punk ass nigga. He's a boomer. Fuck all these old niggas. I'm tired of it. They can't die fast enough for me. And by the way, y'all must admit, Obama looks very sick and skinny. I mean, if he went, he's not going to heaven. So, you know, I'm sorry. Okay, let me go back. I'm sorry. Just Obama, this nigga makes me so mad. Damn. I just wish he'd shut the fuck up. Damn him. Oh, faggot. Faggot. Bitch ass, lying ass, punk ass, bitch ass Nobel Prize. Nigga, he's not shit. God, you may fool them fat holes. You don't fool me, nigga. I see your ass.
Work. And it's part of your responsibility, and it's part of all of our responsibility just to make sure that we don't see chaos of the sort that we've just seen over the last 4 years.
Well, we appreciate you for joining us. President Barack Obama, thank you.
I enjoyed
Yes, sir.
it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
Look happy and relaxed now.
I feel pretty good. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Controversial. People were surprised about a lot of Hispanic folks who voted for Trump. But
Hold on.
A lot of evangelical Hispanics who, you know, but look, I think not the problem, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And
Or if they're smart, they will listen and make adjustments.
yes,
But the woman has to be allowed to be able to speak that truth to power.
of course, but you know, listen.
And listen, you part of the book you talk about that. That's what I was going to ask you next.
Right.
Right. You talk about the women on your team and them having issues with men interrupting them constantly and taking their ideas and making it their own. And as a matter of fact, as that was happening, they were feeling so intimidated by it that they didn't even want to speak anymore sometimes because of that. And that was something that you guys had to address. And I feel like that's something that happens in the workplace all the time to this day.
I don't want to hear any feminism. I'm sorry.
But
no feminism.
Part of what, so, you know, the issue is sometimes we just didn't go around advertising that because, once again, the goal here is to build coalitions where everybody is getting. You'd prefer not having to do this at all. I'm not the first person to write about the fact that it is sometimes exhausting to feel as if you got to educate folks about just being treated normally and fairly. Like, I prefer not having that legacy that we have to deal with.
With reading this book and all that you did for every community, including our own community, how do you take it when you hear, especially African Americans, minorities, say that, you know, they feel that President Barack didn't do enough for minorities, didn't do enough for black people? You know, what are your thoughts on that?
You know what? I understand it because
it's true.
When I got elected, there was so much excitement and hope.
Not
and
me.
I also think that we generally view the presidency as almost like a monarchy in the sense of
That's not true, Obama.
well, once the president's there, he can just do whatever needs to get done. And if
You
he's
did
not
it for
doing
the
that much,
gays and
it's because he doesn't wanna do it.
Hispanics.
Well, we see it with Trump, though. So he does what he wants to do. So people assume.
Well, right, because he breaks laws.
Right.
And you broke them too, you punk ass nigga liar.
Disregards the Constitution. But look, I think that anybody who goes into public life, they need to understand that, yeah, you're going to get criticized because that's just the nature of it. If you don't want that, then you shouldn't be in that business. The good news for me was that I was very confident in what I had done for Black folks. Because I had the statistics to prove it, right? So by the time I left office, you had seen 3 million African Americans have health care that didn't have it before. You had seen
Just 3 million.
The incarceration rate, the number of Black folks in prison, drop.
How much?
For the first time in years. You had seen the juvenile correction system, 30% fewer people in there. You had seen Black poverty drop to its lowest level since.
That's not true. We lost $1 trillion when this punk was president.
Businesses rise.
No, it didn't. Ho, punk nigga. Ho, punk nigga. Shut up. No, there was no trickle down. Bullshit. He's lying. Let's just do this real fast. First and foremost, Black people lost a minimum of $1 trillion worth of wealth on Obama's watch. Fact. Number two. Oh, wow. Obama destroyed the Black business growth rate by putting the SBA in the hands of folks that were hostile to Black business. Black businesses were moving until Obama got the SBA, and then they destroyed the Black business growth rate of Black people. He's a liar, people. He's a liar. He's lying. And those guys are so fucking stupid in the Breakfast Club. In fact, you know, I just wish Charlemagne had given Obama a mold of his ass so he felt better being on the show. Okay, real talk. I said it. And I don't care. They're playing us. And some of us don't want to be played. I'm not a damn violin. I'm not a bass. I'm not a trumpet. Okay. I'm not an Xbox. This nigga's lying. I mean, we're going to watch some more, but, you know, I'm going to block this shit when he starts lying. Obama, if you notice, he's fumbling. He can't even articulate this. But you know what? And this isn't just to help Obama. This is to help the Breakfast Club. They couldn't have him on and not ask the questions because Professor Black Truth, Black Authority, Fly Nubian Queen, Ron Hurd, Tariq Nasheed, Afro Synergy, all of the independent Black media people are hammering this motherfucker so hard. Now, Breakfast Club has to halfway be relevant to save their asses from us. And we need to keep pushing the damn envelope. Okay, y'all, I know it's after 4 o'clock. We almost done. I'm still going to do a Bag X thing. I may not do it now, but I'm going to do it in a couple of hours. I'm feeling good now, giving Obama hell. Thank y'all for staying up with me on Thanksgiving night. Oh, fag.
So I could just look at the data, and I could say
You could look at the data.
millions of Black folks were better off at the time I left office than when I came in. And you know, what I have to accept, and I think what any president has to accept, is the fact that, okay, so I got 20 million people healthcare, but there's still 10 million out there who don't have healthcare because Republicans blocked me from doing everything I wanted to do with
the Republicans didn't stop you from single payer. You're a liar. If you had single payer, the states wouldn't have been able to do it. He's lying.
So
Liar.
If you were black and you're one of those 10 million who didn't get health care because they were living in a state that
And you knew that the states
accept
wouldn't
what
do
was
it.
given them,
Fake ass
I can
nigga.
understand why they would be upset.
You should
How
not to
come things
understand,
didn't change?
apologize.
People want to know, like, what did you do specifically for black people? Not the rising tide lifts all boats.
He
type of
fucked
rhetoric.
us.
We all
That's
know
what he
black
did
people
for
fought
black
God's
people.
So the systemic things that were done to black people to put us in these positions, we need specific systemic things to get us
Where's
out.
our
So,
tangible?
But
We
what
need
I'm-
an
what I'm saying,
MFM, Obama.
Charlamagne, is black poverty dropped faster than everybody else. Black incomes went up more than a lot of other
Where?
folks.
In
So,
Flint? In
you know,
Detroit?
the issue is sometimes we just didn't go around advertising that because, once again,
You would have been busted for lying.
the goal here is to build coalitions where everybody is getting
So
something.
you can't
that they
let
all feel
nobody
like
know
they've got a
black
stake in.
people got something from you.
But
I don't
a
like
lot
that
of my
either, if it were
policies
true.
were targeted towards people most in need. Those folks are disproportionately African American. Now, there are some things that, for example, us having a civil rights division in the Justice Department that actually took seriously civil rights and imposed consent decrees on places like Ferguson, and changed sentencing guidelines so that we didn't max out on sentencing for all nonviolent drug offenses, but changed the incentive so that prosecutors were judged not by how long of a sentence you got, but did you get a proportional sentence? Was it a fair sentence? Those kinds of changes that we made.
You militarized the
why I say
police. You're a damn
there's a reason
liar.
why
Ho, ho, ho,
the federal
ho, ho.
prison
We got to
population
stop you, nigga. Got to stop him again. Damn. If he would just go a couple minutes without lying, I could let you listen to him. I need to remind you, Obama got all the surplus military equipment and gave it to the police to use on us. No other president had done this. To give the police tanks, machine guns, grenades, bombs, drones. He didn't make it better. It's not true. The First Step Act is Trump's signature thing, not Obama's. Yes, he passed the Blue Lives Matter bill to make it harder for you to deal with the police. The police got more weapons. The police got more everything. Obama's lying. And they're not questioning him. They're just letting him give his side. This is a fake interview. I know what it's like to be interviewed with a person who wants to hammer your ass. He didn't. This is soft. Just like his masculinity. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me keep messing with this coon. Okay, y'all. I'm sorry. Ofaga, if he would just stop lying, I'd let him talk. Obama's only around handlers where he doesn't have to explain what he's up to.
By the way, at the same time, the crime also dropped. All right, so we were able to show that you can have a smart strategy in terms of reducing crime without expanding incarceration. But the truth of the matter is, Charlamagne, at the end of the day, there is no way in 8 years to make up for 200 years.
Absolutely.
Nobody asked that, you lying
The question
punk
is
ass nigga.
constantly, how are you going to, the way I've been describing it, because it's very much how I understand the presidency now. You're like a relay runner. You're getting the baton from somebody else, and
You explain,
all you can do
Damn,
is run your
Obama.
stage of the race, and then you pass it on to the next person.
You made up for
On
what
either
happened to
side,
Hispanics 200 years.
both who you got the
Made up for
from, who
gays
you're
what's been
passing it
happened
to.
200 years.
They may not have the same priorities that you do. You know that you're not going to get everything done that you need to get done. But what you got to do is do your best to get as much done as possible, and I think that's what we did.
Would you say that your intention with this book was to explain to people also how difficult it was for you to get things passed and for people to see what you did do? Because like you said in the book, a lot of times it's not your policies and what you do, it's more what you say and the feeling that people have, and that's what they pay attention to. So
absolutely. Look, let's take something like the Recovery Act. So I walk in, the day I walk in, we're losing 800,000 jobs a month. The economy is actually contracting faster than it did during the Great Depression. And 6 months later, the economy was growing again, and we had kind of stopped the.
Hold on 1 second, guys. If the man would just tell the truth, I'd let him talk. I'd let him talk. Look, Obama, when they talked about the economy shrinking, they gave something on the level of $25 trillion to the banks that had fucked up the economy. And the banks put none of this money back in the country. Obama gave the banks the money and didn't even make the banks put anything back in the country. He didn't. He didn't bail out Main Street. He bailed out Wall Street. He's talking like he helped people. The reason he can't say anything is because a significant amount of what would have happened had people put some of the money back into people, at least some, it would have made a difference. Obama's lying. He's a liar. All you have to do is watch the Frontline special. It's a Frontline special. Talks about how Obama had a chance to make the banks do something. And Obama was worried about getting paid when he got out. He did not go to bat for the people. He didn't go to bat for anybody except for gays and illegals and for the bankers. He's a liar. He's a consummate liar. He helped out the banks. And by the way, I need to remind you, Obama's administration shut down a large number of black banks. The bank in Atlanta, it's a Capital City Bank. He shut down the bank in Chicago. They shut down the black banks and saved the white banks. This nigga's lying. If he didn't lie, I'd let him talk. I mean, and they didn't ask him. This was such a softball interview. He can barely handle friends talking to him.
Somebody who had lost your job at that point or had lost your house, you're not good. And we couldn't go around saying, look what patting ourselves on the back saying, look at what a great job we did, because people are still hurting out there. And part of what I hope, if somebody reads this, they come to recognize, if we want to bring about systemic change, there are a whole bunch of different pressure points that we have to apply. It's not just the presidency. So I write extensively about the fact that I have a lot of power as president. I'm the most powerful person as president, but I still need a Congress. I still need.
You had them at first. You blew it. You jumped.
If I don't, I can't get a single law passed.
You had the Congress and the Senate. You blew it.
Reform. It turns out that the federal government isn't actually in charge of most criminal law. Most criminal law is made at the state level and determined by state prosecutors. Most
Obama, if you didn't give them the money, lock people up, they'd stop.
The mayor in that city, whether they're prosecuted when they do something.
He didn't do anything to stop that Biden bill. Your vice president, you kept that racist ass law and you chump.
When we think about politics, it is a mistake for us to say, okay, once I voted for president, I'm done. And I hope people don't repeat that mistake with Biden and Kamala Harris.
He's not president.
2 seats in Georgia coming up. If the Republicans win those 2 seats, then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will not be able to get any law passed that Mitch McConnell.
We don't want war nuts. He's pushing for that punk ass nigga, those 2 gay people in Georgia running for the Senate.
For people, especially black people, but I couldn't because Mitch McConnell was blocking me every chance he got.
Well, that's why I wrote the book. That's
I
why.
know, but everybody ain't gonna read. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
Mitch
I need
McConnell.
to see all these interviews.
Yeah, that's why I got you, man. Come on. I hear some people listen to you.
And since you're
I heard
talking about Georgia with Warnock, I see they're giving him issues about his
Warnuts.
alliance with Jeremiah Wright.
It's the same kind of stuff.
Would you tell him he should step back and denounce him at this point?
No. Look,
You did,
first
you
of all,
punk ass nigga.
You know, it is a losing game at this stage to just go.
It was a
chasing
losing
crazy
game when you went office.
commentary.
You still did it.
There's some things you have to answer aggressively, but you can't obsess over it. Reverend Warnock is doing a great job. If I'm him, I'm going to be emphasizing.
Warnock supports the Gay Equality Act to legalize pedophilia. Obama thinks that's great,
as
y'all.
opposed to just trying to play defense against a bunch of crazy stuff that's coming out there. But listen, it's hard winning in Georgia, just like it's hard winning in Iowa, just like it's hard winning in a lot of the country. And one thing I think that I hope the book also reminds us of, those of us who live in DC or New York or LA, sometimes we do not have a good enough sense of how big this country is and how a lot of folks do not accept at all things that we who are living in urban metropolitan areas just take for granted.
I'm from South Carolina, I know.
Yeah. I mean, it's, you go, there are big chunks of the country, even in our own communities, right? I mean, so I deeply believe that people should be treated equally under the law, regardless of sexual orientation.
I was shocked you talked about that in the book.
But we all, I mean, I think there are big chunks of our community where that's still controversial. People were surprised about a lot of Hispanic folks who voted for Trump. But there's a lot of evangelical Hispanics who, the fact that Trump says racist things about Mexicans or puts detainees, undocumented workers in cages, they think that's less important than the fact that, he supports their views on, gay marriage or abortion, right?
It's hard to believe when you say this, but then you look at the way the government is ran, right? You talk about, for instance, you look at these big businesses and you look at their taxes and they don't pay taxes at all. And then you look at somebody who is just getting by paying as much tax as possible. And you look at, for instance, the pandemic task force that you created. And then you see Trump come in office and he shuts that down. And then you think to yourself, damn, if that task force was still around, where so many people have been dead, has been killed, would we be able to save lives?
Fauci told people at Georgetown University that there was going to be an outbreak. Obama had people in cages. Obama, I'm going to just stop here because it's just a series of one lie after the other. Let me see, I don't have much time on here anyway. It's just lies. One lie after the other lie. Anyone could tear this apart. Anyone could tear this apart. Obama's a liar. The Boule are liars. And we're going to have to look for the truth and make a plan. No, I don't want to do Mystery Science Theater, but I love them. They're wonderful. We can do something. Black folks need to focus in on a city like Camden that's bombed out, buy it up, and make it into a business hub. We need to have as many Black Wall Streets as possible. How that's done, I'm not a business person, but I do plan to have, I've got a very good cousin who's an economist and knows all kinds of stuff about business. We're going to have MFM business hour. We're going to have MFM business report or something like that. And I'm going to have people that start talking about economics and farming. I will happily do that. We just need to go ahead and do that. That's on my list. Tributes. So there's more stuff. I just don't want to talk about problems. I do want to talk about solutions. I want to introduce you as often as I can to important or legitimate people. And maybe in the near future, introduce business people, folks that folks can work with, So, but we need our MFM. We need unity. We need God. And we need to not be in coalition with people who hate our guts. It's time for us to take a break from that. Claude Anderson, I'm not against Claude Anderson, but I'm going to say this, and please don't take this as a put down. I think Claude Anderson, they're very good at the analysis, but Claude Anderson was putting this information out when I was an undergraduate in college. And I finished college in 1987. That's 13 years plus. So it's been about 33 years that I've been aware of Claude Anderson. Well, my friends, in 33 years, there should be something to show for this. They travel all over, they talk to people. There's got to be something. The Boule, look up Steve Coakley, Mr. Fletcher. Steve Coakley will explain all about it. It's all over. It's all over YouTube. You can find it. In a nutshell, the Boule was established in the early 1900s. That's a bunch of Black people who are basically the Black Skull and Bones. It's a secret society that keeps Black people down, and it works on behalf of Skull and Bones and other white people to keep Black people from advancing. And that's how that goes. So, Mr. Fletcher, if I can say this to you, I know a whole bunch of people that do shows, and they don't give a lot of information out on different subjects. I would strongly suggest that when you hear something like the Boule, instead of asking me to tell you, why not do the research? Look it up for yourself. I'm not saying that it's a put down, but people don't tell me everything, and they don't always break it down. They may mention it. A motivated learner hears something, they go looking. That book on sexual politics by Millett, I bought it. It was like $5 book. Okay, I'm going to have it so I can read it and point it out to people when we have this discussion on pork chop feminism. I'll be able to show you. Sometimes it'll come in pieces. So let me say, I'm talking to 157 people. Okay, sometimes you can't share with everybody. My email is wrandyshort@gmail.com. You got my Cash App. What people can do is you can email me. Okay, my email is up there. You could reach me that if someone had a specific question. Now, the only thing I can't promise you is there are people who call and ask me about shows I did for other people. And I mean, this is 5.5 hours. I don't remember everything I tell people. People need to take notes and treat it seriously. I had someone, you did a show with someone like a few months ago. Well, I do lots of them. Which one? I mean, that they can't remember the one they listened to it on. Why should I remember any better than them? Okay, so I look forward to us doing more. It's about that time to stop. If anybody, again, I will tell everybody, my email is the same as my PayPal account. I try to respond to as many emails as I can. That is the best way if you have a specific question to ask me. I don't have a moderator on here. And Professor Black Truth, Black Authority, there are a lot of people out here that are telling. If we gave more support to people like that, Jason Black, it's worthwhile. I'll work on this channel. God bless you, Brother Fletcher. I'll work on this channel. I've been promised some equipment from a supporter. I'm hoping that I have an iPhone, and I'll just use that phone to have another thing so I can have this on multiple platforms. The goal for me is to get maybe 5,000 people. We're headed towards 2,000. How can people help me? They can donate, or they can disseminate the videos, spread them all over the place, send them to people. If each time people went to my channel and tweeted or Instagrammed or Facebook, all the different shows we're doing, maybe once in a week, just sent like 10, 20 of them out, this thing will explode, and it doesn't matter. And one of the reasons I asked people for donations, I had a brother from Nigeria and Russia. He's Russian, Nigeria. Says, hey man, I want to send you something. There are all these people disseminating your videos, getting paid. As broke as I've been, I says, my God, people using my content to get themselves rich, right? Which is fine, or getting money. Well, I could use it. And by the way, like all my books I have stacked up, the more I have, the more content, the more things I'll put out there for you. I'm hoping to, I don't know what the Dagger Squad channel is. So you have my email. If people want me to come and do stuff, that's fine. But I will tell you this, I'm working on my own channel. I've got to get this thing up. It's coming along, and I'm happy about that. I happily hope that we can get this to what, 15? No, well, I think we're at 1,500. If we can just get ourselves to 2,000, I'm going to start looking at that. On top of that, if I can get this monetized, if people have a business, people should advertise in this channel. It's headed towards 2,000. Oh my, we hit 1,600. Oh my, 1,600. Wow. What if I get to 1,600? What if I get to 1,600? My God. And what if we could get to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000? And by the way, I don't want to do all this talking. I would love to, like I have Brother Larry, to get other people. This is never about me doing all the talking. I can be long-winded, but at least I'm telling you something. Okay. It's almost time for me to go. God bless you. And whether you like it or not, Yeshua, Mashiach, Jesus, the Messiah saves. Black folk need God. Black folk need to repent. All we got is God and each other. We need to reconnect with God. We need the source, the power and influence, the Holy Spirit to deliver us, just like the Hebrews needed the Most High to protect them. They were surrounded by enemies. The people hate us. They don't like us. They don't want to understand us. They're never going to be in coalition. It's never going to happen. And I think the Most High wants us to only look to him, only look to the Most High. I'm a person with faults and failings, but I'll tell you, the Most High is able. The Most High's arms aren't so short that they can't save, or his ears so waxed that he can't hear. We need to cry out to the Messiah. We need our Messiah to rescue us. We need to turn to him. And yes, I curse and do all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, I tell you, I try to live a moral life. I can be more moral. I'm struggling. And by the way, I will broadcast our fellowship. I'm going to try on Saturdays, my group, just in case you know, if you have a question about it, with Salt Ministry, did I have it right? DC @gmail.com. Our fellowship we're trying to grow to about 20 people. We want to have about 20 people. And I also want to ask everybody, I'll need your help. We've got to fight against this vaccination conspiracy to kill our children. We already have it as law in DC. I need your prayers. If you're in the DC, Baltimore area, let's see what we can do, okay, to say no to them killing us. We really can stop them. it says that 2 will put 10,000 to flight. If a good 10 black adults agreed to say that they're not going to kill our children, we can save ourselves. But we have to be like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. You can throw me in the furnace, but I won't bow down to you. Okay? God bless you. Good night. Peace. Love. God keep you. God save us. God save the descendants of Aboriginal and forcibly trafficked African Americans. Good night and good night and good night. The boule has every place. Black people have to rebel against the boule. The boule has the church. The boule has the HBCUs. Everything is under the Greeks and the Masonic people, these folks, into witchcraft, criminality, debauched sexuality. That's who rules us. They're like Little League or minor league Skull and Bones. The only thing that can overturn this is the Most High. Our people have to stop looking to black first or successful black people and start looking to the Most High. All success, all greatness, in fact, all praise comes and goes to God. And we have to stop worshiping people and begin to worship the Most High in spirit and truth. I'm just telling you, you'd be surprised at how wicked and debauched the black elite are. It's like they're not even the same people as us, and they're not. All right, I'm gone. God bless y'all.